Ooh. Five, four, three, two, one. Let's go. All right. Hello and welcome back to the Ball Plays Rosewater. Part Laura Bow, part Western Cowboy, or I suppose Cowgirl. We just arrived in the techno-hippie commune.
If the smell's anything to go by, that crate's full of fertilizer.
And we're meant to be finding out information about the scientist man who had abandoned his mad scientist lair.
Kitchen to the left, rostrum to the right.
Here we are, stuck in the middle with the
Suppose
crazies.
that's where the animals are kept. Seems like they're pretty self-sufficient here. Certainly colorful. They have an automated irrigation system. Pretty ingenious.
Okay, and there's an exit as well. I missed the scarecrow.
Not very intimidating. No wonder the crops are bare.
But that's it. Chooses violence? There has been a lot of punching and shooting.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Ah, Harley. Miss Larkin here was just telling me about this fascinating place.
Hello and welcome. It's so nice to have visitors.
What is it you do around here?
Plenty. I help in the fields and in the kitchen, but my particular gift is keeping Chrysalis beautiful and its people inspired. All the murals and paintings you see around the commune are my work.
And a fine job you've done.
Why, thank you.
Must have kept you busy for a while.
Quite. There's still so much I'm looking forward to doing.
I've noticed you all sure are fond of butterflies.
What better creature to symbolize transcendence? Like butterflies, we too will undergo a metamorphosis, pass through the veil into the ether, and join the luminous ones. Not only that, their wings have 8 sections, and they flap in a figure 8 pattern.
Does that mean something?
Evocator Bennett's sacred number, of course.
Sacred number? What does that mean?
The number 8 is very important. It appears constantly in the evocator's writings, and Bennett himself was born on the 8th of August, 1788.
That's quite a coincidence.
Coincidence is mere illusion.
How did you end up here in Chrysalis?
Ethericity always fascinated me. I joined up with the Luminarians when they were passing through Rampton on their way west. We founded Chrysalis here, close to the Evocator's laboratory, and where the veil is parted.
The veil?
The boundary between our world and the ether, the realm of the cosmos, home of the luminous ones. The barrier is very thin here. Can't you feel it?
There's definitely something in the air.
Yeah, it's slightly worrying to think that maybe these guys are summoning Cthulhu-esque things from the other dimension, but hopefully they're harmless hippies.
Did you ever meet Dr. Clark?
I did. Once. Such a brilliant mind. We didn't speak long, but I felt as though we'd conversed for hours.
Some people can have that effect. Do you have an idea of where Dr. Clark might be currently?
Of course. He's with the luminous ones.
Pardon?
The beings on the other side of the veil. The ones who dwell in the ether.
You're saying Clark is dead?
Not dead. Transcended. Eternal. You still have much to learn. It's good you're with us now. Everything will become clear soon. Trust me.
He's moved on to Space-Time 6.
What exactly was Dr. Clark's etheric research about?
Truth.
Lovely sentiment, but could you be a bit more specific?
He sought to connect us with the world above, to unite us with the luminous ones. He succeeded in not only opening the door, but stepping through and crossing the veil. He showed that the way is possible. Now we all must learn to follow.
All right. Thanks for the chat.
Be well.
Don't wander too far now.
Hey, Danny?
What's going on?
So, what's our friend on stage been jabbering about?
What hasn't he? This guy makes Jake seem like a silent monk by comparison. Anyway, it's mostly been about Clark, his etheric research in New Britannia, how he built his lab out here after the Expo disaster. Excuse me, miracle, that sort of thing. He says Clark transcended. I'm not sure what that means.
I get the impression it means he's dead.
Oh, that's too bad.
Aww.
What's your impression of Chrysalis?
Well, it's peculiar. Everybody's got a job to do, a way to help. Nobody's left out, and that's nice. But all this stuff about etheric beings? It sounds,
Crazy?
You said it, not me. Anyhow, I wouldn't mind hanging around a while.
I was wondering if you might help me out with something.
What?
There's a toolbox inside Clark's lab that's out of reach, and I've had no luck getting it down. Think you might put your pistols to the task? I asked Jake to do it, but he said you were the one for the job.
I could do that. Yeah, you want to go right now?
Yes.
Yes, let's head over now.
Let us escape the
Sure thing.
hippie commune.
Just lead the way.
Back to the science lab.
Ah, Phil. There you are.
Had enough of those luminous lunatics too, did you?
Not entirely. Danny's come to help get that box down. That's it, up there.
Right. You might want to stand over on this side, Phil.
Nice shot.
Thanks, Harley. Happy to help. So, what's inside that box that's so important anyway?
Guess we all get to find out together.
What indeed?
There's more than one way to get a box open.
Well, anything good inside?
Not really. Just a wrench and this odd dial thing.
I hope it was worth the trouble then.
That was good practice, at least. I'm heading back to Chrysalis. See you both later.
Goodbye, Danny.
Seems to be working now.
Okay, we've solved that puzzle. We don't need to do anything else. But now that it's powered up, can we interact with this? This feels like we might want to make a save, lest we explode ourselves. And there was also that letter.
February 12th, 18... Upon hearing news, when they hounded after enduring such a one day when rash... With warm regards, P.S. How you managed to rig a TT-180 console
This
to
bit.
control both your equipment and door mechanisms still baffles me. Mine is destined for the scrapyard.
But it doesn't have a hint as to what the presumably code might be here, because it looks like we need some sort of code. We needed a dial, but now that we have the dial thing from the toolbox... Okay, let's try his birthday, although...
Is this some kind of combination or code? It won't turn any further that way.
Okay, let's try the code that's indicated here.
It won't turn any... Phil, you might want to... Move. Are you all right?
I think so. The cage seems to have absorbed all that energy. Just warn me before you try that again.
So, this console operates equipment by setting the dials in a 4-digit sequence. That means we need to figure out the right code to get the door open.
I agree, let's try the guy's birthday, which was 0808 and 1788.
It's a dial.
Oh my god.
Not Clark's birthday. Good to know he wasn't quite so conceited.
And lovely that the game has a voice line if you try that. Okay, what about his birth year?
It won't turn any... Not Clark's birth year. Guess that would have been too obvious.
Well, the other thing is they say that the number 8 appears a lot in his writing, so let's try 8888.
Not Clark's birthday. Good to know it.
How is 8888 his birthday? His birthday was 0808. But whatever.
I can't make heads...
Then I don't know what it would be. Those were the two obvious things to
I
try.
can't see through.
And we still can't use the cut up flag on the dirty window.
I can't really see through the port. Looks like it's connected to the...
And that wire.
What in the ether is this thing?
Best left.
Not much left.
And there wasn't any hint on
Seems
this
to be
because we
working
can't
now.
look at it anymore. So yeah, I'm a bamboozled. I think we best go back to the hippie commune. We made a tiny bit of progress here.
I will stay.
Whatever turning on that generator did, I hope it's not permanent. All right then. Well, well, if it isn't my old friend.
The Defiler returns.
Hey now, don't get your britches in a twist.
You're a guest of Emissary Paul, so I'm obliged to welcome you. But if you continue casting your shadows of discord over all that is bright here, there will be consequences.
Now just where do you get off saying I'm casting shadows of discord or whatever?
I caught you trespassing outside the laboratory. Then your friend blasted the door off.
It was all in the name of research. I'm just as interested in all this as you.
You've a peculiar way of showing it.
What's so special about this place that they've got you standing guard?
This building houses our collection of artifacts salvaged from Dr. Clark's laboratory.
Oh, so you're the ones who looted the place.
We did not loot it. We saved important items from obscurity and decay.
British Museum, is that you?
Think I might take a quick peek?
Absolutely not. Outsiders are forbidden.
So how does one go about joining your little club?
You think if you joined us that I would just suddenly allow you to enter?
Sure, you said only outsiders were forbidden.
Nice try, but not on my watch.
What if I brought you a new artifact for your collection?
Then I would be very surprised. We've already retrieved everything of value from the laboratory.
Even from that locked room?
That room is inaccessible. Do not even consider attempting to breach it.
So what brought you to Chrysalis?
My personal business is none of yours.
Touchy. Did you ever have a chance to meet Dr. Clark?
No, nor did I desire to.
No?
Ethericity is not a power to be trifled with. I've no interest in meeting someone who treats it as a plaything.
Where did Dr. Clark end up?
Not where he should have.
Do you know any details about
He
Dr.
should have
Clark's
gone to
research?
hell, he
He was
thinks?
toying with fire, pure and simple. He may have been inspired and driven to his work by the luminous ones, but he was only their tool. He did not acknowledge their undeniable glory or show them the proper respect. He took a battering ram to the door of heaven. When they tired of the noise, they whisked him away inside the gates, while the rest of us still wait outside.
So what you're saying is, you don't actually know.
I've underestimated you. I didn't think there could be someone more arrogant than Dr. Clark.
I'll leave you to your guarding. Try not to die of boredom.
So it looks like there's a cart we might have to fix here.
This isn't much use with a wheel missing. Handle still looks good, at least. Nadine, could we have a word?
Of course.
You enjoying yourself here?
These are good people. I'm glad we met them.
You don't find them a bit odd?
I'll admit, I don't quite comprehend their philosophical ideas, but they've welcomed us with open arms. The least we can do is offer open minds.
I'll leave you to your conversation. Excuse me?
Ah, hello. You must be one of Miss Redbird's companions.
That's right. Harley Legere.
My name is Evan. Evan Holbrook. Welcome to Chrysalis.
Evan was just showing me the cookhouse. You know they grow or raise everything they eat here themselves?
Well, mostly. Sometimes we need to resupply from town, but we aim to be fully self-reliant. Our dedication will be rewarded with bounty.
So, are you the biscuit roller for this community, or what?
Not quite. Everyone in Chrysalis does their part. It's my day on the rota to fix breakfast.
Do you have a doctor?
We have a few skilled in healing, yes. I do wish we had more knowledge of agriculture. Our crops haven't been thriving like we hoped.
You said your crops weren't doing well. Why not?
Getting the irrigation in this year saved some of the crop, but we're facing lean times. We simply must find a way to grow enough to feed everyone.
What's your story, Evan? How did you join up with these folks?
Well, like many of the others here, I was living in New Britannia. My wife was there at the etheric demonstration at the expo. I thought I'd lost her forever. But emissary Paul found me and explained how she hadn't perished.
Oh, good
Merely
lord.
transcended. At first, I didn't believe him. I wanted to throttle him, actually.
I can understand that reaction.
But I realized that in my grief, I had become blinded.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Ah, don't be.
They're using his
One
dead
day I'll
wife
transcend
against
too.
him to trick him into the hippie commune.
Your friend over there refuses to let me in to see Clark's artifacts.
Yes, Samuel is quite a stickler for the rules. Sometimes I think he lets his duties as the emissary's assistant get to his head.
Did you ever meet Dr. Clark?
Alas, no. I hadn't really heard of him before the expo. I was looking at the wax anatomical models in the medical marvels exhibit. But my wife said they turned her stomach, so she went to see the etheric pavilion instead. I don't think she really knew who Bennett Clark was either. It was just something to pass the time. If only either of us knew what a significant thing was about to happen.
Clark's demonstration?
Indeed, the miracle that drew aside the veil and took my wife and the other 14 blessed souls up into the etheric realm. I only regret that I wasn't there, so I could have gone along with her.
Do you know where Dr. Clark disappeared to?
Evocator Bennett didn't disappear. He transcended.
Again, you use this word. What do you mean by it?
He passed through the etheric gateway and joined with the luminous ones in the cosmos.
Oh.
Exactly what was Dr. Clark researching?
Ethericity, of course.
Of course, but what about it? Energy sources? Industrial applications? What?
Miss Legere, I couldn't begin to tell you. Whatever reasons he may have given the public, the bankers, the professors, and what have you, his true purpose was to open the way for humanity to pass into the etheric realm. And it wasn't easy. He spent 2 years in that laboratory before transcending. Soon the day will come when we all can follow him.
It was good talking to you. I'll leave you both to it.
Goodbye for now.
See you later, Harley.
Quite the contraption. Full of grain, by the look of it. My, that's quite imaginative. He does go on, doesn't he?
Check, check. We have to work out, I said, how to get Tinfoil Hat Man to let us into his secret museum.
My friends, today we give thanks for our manifold blessings. On this day of celebration, the Evocator's Day of Transcendence. And why do we celebrate today, on the 8-month anniversary? Because 1 is nothing special. 1 is an isolating, selfish,
1
lowly number.
is the loneliest number.
Perfection. 8 is infinity. 8 is the flap of the butterfly's wings. On this day in March of this year, exactly 8 months ago, the luminous ones called Evocator Bennett up to join them in the luminiferous ether. In so doing, they showed us the path of light.
Yeah, I think this guy's recording
We
is
all shall follow.
a bit
Now
weird.
our soul sibling Bennett dwells
But we'll
among
see.
them in the etheric realm beyond this earth, in a transcendent union of cosmic harmony and peace.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Cough, cough, cough. So, is there anyone else we can talk to here?
They seem enthralled by Paul's ramblings. A reliable water supply is everything out here. The butterflies sure seem to like these flowers. Something about that makes my skin crawl.
Now there's only the guy himself. But we did the guy. What about the background thing?
They're really fond of this butterfly motif, aren't they?
I kind of like it.
And then that's everything. So then I have no clue. Hmm.
Begging your pardon.
How may I help?
What's the meaning behind those shadow paintings?
We commemorate those who have transcended, and those who will.
Hence the butterflies?
Very astute. Yes, the butterfly represents the immortal soul, the essence of a person in their fullest flourishing. The butterfly is pure potential, contained within those who have not yet transcended. Once someone has passed into the ether, it is released and flies free.
Why, that's mighty poetical.
I can see that you have quite a bold, brilliant butterfly stirring within you.
You don't say. You see that, do you?
If you permit me, it would be my honor to paint it. Only if you're willing, of course. Everyone's journey to transcendent readiness is unique.
Perhaps you could tell me more about it once Harley's done talking.
With pleasure.
All right. Thanks for the chat.
Be well.
Don't wander too far.
And we immediately throw him under the bus by stop talking to him.
Could we have a word in private, Jake?
Sure. What's on your mind?
So, what have you picked up from these fine folks?
This ethericity stuff is much more complex than I thought. Seems our friend Dr. Clark may have been on to something after all.
Oh god. Gilderoy Lockhart believes the hippies.
I got a theoretical question for you.
Shoot.
Say you needed to come up with a sequence of 4 numbers. What would you pick to make it easy to remember?
Hell, that's easy. 1817.
That didn't take you long.
It's the year I broke my first filly. If you get my meaning. Not something one forgets easily.
Right.
Mm.
I think I found a promising lead. There's a shack on the other side of the commune full of things salvaged from Clark's lab. Only problem is it's being guarded by that first luminarian we met.
Oh, the feller with the tinfoil chapeau?
The very same. How can I get past him?
He's a peculiar one, but he seems to be the most reverent to these folk. Perhaps you could win him over with a peace offering. There might still be something in the lab that's been overlooked.
I'll just leave you to it then.
Hmm.
February 12th, 1850. Dr. Clark, upon hearing news of the reactionary and ignorant, when they hounded you out after the expo, and after enduring such a trying year, I know how much building that lab out there meant to you. A turning point in your fortunes, or one day when rationality again prevails in the halls of with warm P.S. How?
Maybe we're meant to use
February 12th,
1850 as the year that he did his big experiment explodey thing. So let's try that.
Some kind of console. Seems to connect to a few things.
This could also be upside down. What if instead of 9207, it was 1056? I really don't like the way that when you click this, it moves your mouse back to the center of the dial. I get that it's trying to be helpful, because it doesn't want you... When you mouse off the dial, it goes away, but it feels unnatural to have your mouse moved for you without you doing something. I find it intensely off-putting. Right? Even though I know it's going to happen, I still go to move my mouse to where it Anyway. 5. 1056.
No good. I guess those dials aren't set up correctly.
This specific bit of the UI is... I get why they've done it, but I find it unintuitive.
It's the code to activate the ceiling cannon. If only Clark had written down the code for that door.
Maybe there's another pad that I haven't noticed?
TT-180. Must be this contraption's model number. I guess this measures etheric pressure, whatever that means.
In decibars.
A wrench. Nothing spectacular about it.
And is our bottle of weird stuff empty now?
Professor Xander Coltit III's... I'm sure that's the case. Empty. No. Some kind of...
Can I throw the wrench at the cannon? No, it doesn't look like we can use it on anything in this scene.
Hey, Phil?
What about?
Any ideas what the code for the door might be?
Hey, it could be anything. Are you intending to guess it?
Unless I find it written somewhere, I don't see any other way.
Santa Maria, that could take months. If what is behind that door is so important, then the code itself must be something meaningful to Clark. Maybe you can deduce it by learning more about him. I am certain those payasos at the commune will have plenty to share.
A bunch of Clark's things are collected at the commune, but one of the Luminarians is guarding the place.
Naturally. Are you seeking a distraction?
If you have an idea, I'm all ears.
It just so happens I do. I have had a look around, and this machinery is quite unstable. With a few more items, I could finish what we started with the door and send this whole place up in smoke. That would give you time to search, no?
It would, but it seems a touch extreme. What would you need exactly?
Well, mainly fertilizer and flammable liquid for accelerant. I can construct a detonator out of scrap I found, but I will need something to serve as the plunger to set it off.
Well, I'll consider it.
Okay, it does look like we needed
Right.
to talk to him. He needs the fertilizer from the bags of fertilizer. The plunger, that feels to me like the handle on the little dolly cart. And the liquid accelerant, well, probably our vial of aether. Not aether, sorry, ether. So go back to the hippie commune, pick up some fertilizer and the handle from the dolly cart. I don't particularly like that we needed to ask the guy for a... We've had it happen before, so that's why I did it so freely. But I don't particularly like that we had to ask the guy for a hint to actually make progress. Because until you trigger the hint, he won't tell you, I can do this thing.
Full of grain, by the... This isn't much use with a wheel.
Yeah, I want the handle.
I'll have this handle off in a jiff.
Excellent. Then back to the central area and yoink some fertilizer.
This had better work, Phil.
No, wrong place. Okay, I have your stuff.
Hey, Phil?
What about?
Alright, maybe I need to rub them on him. So, here is fertilizer.
Here's some fertilizer for you.
Ah, excellent. Thank you.
Here is the plunger.
Will this work as a plunger?
Why, yes, I think so. Thank you.
Here is liquid accelerant.
Here, can you use this as an accelerant?
Definitely. Alcohol this potent will be very effective. Perfecto. This is everything I need. Are you ready?
Absolutely.
Meet me outside in a quarter of an hour. And prepare for a show that will make Jake envious. All right, everything is prepared. Take one last look. When you are ready, just say the word.
Ready as I'll ever be.
Goodbye, evil science lab.
3, 2, 1. Carajo! That was beautiful! Now, I suggest you get back to the commune and find whatever it is you were looking for. I will meet you and the others by the railroad tracks when you are done.
There's gotta be something in here that will tell me what happened to Dr. Clark's money.
Why did it bring me here and not to the hippie commune?
No idea what that is, but it looks complicated. Reminds me of an overgrown boiler. Clark had quite the library. Full of all kinds of liquids. I'd rather not know what they are.
Maybe this is the room inside the thing.
Just another one of Clark's weird toys. More scrawled nonsense. Why
And
would
yes,
they keep
Nahodoi.
this?
Precisely so.
Only one way to find out what's inside.
That's why when you go through an airport, they sniffy machine you for fertilizer, and they ask you, have you been to a farm recently? Before they
The things
do
some
so.
people will keep for posterity, I'll never understand. It somewhat resembles a telegraph, but what is this box for?
It is certainly a lot of interactable points.
Who knows what goodies I might find in there? Lots more books, mostly about technical subjects. Nothing that would help me locate Clark's stash, though. Even more books in here. Some novels, poetry books, and what's this? Looks like a diary. Nice to know Clark had other interests, but none of this helps.
Did we pick up the diary? Okay, we did. It didn't explicitly say that we grabbed the diary,
The
so...
final entry is bookmarked with a letter. Definitely worth a read. But first...
March 13, 1845. I am embarking on a new project, which means a new journal. Here I will record my notes and observations from a series of experiments on the generation and application of etheric energy. I believe it can be profitably harvested from the very air and harnessed for an immense number of beneficial uses. I see the streets of Lamplight City aglow with the smoky flicker of flame from burning costly oil, but with bright etheric lights from lamps that never need fuel. I see compact, efficient etheric engines replacing the bulky and limited diffusion generators that drive Her Majesty's airships. I see our nation's mills and manufactories humming, kept in motion, not with the sweat of the brow or the belching flumes of coal fires, but with the clean, abundant power of aethericity. The applications are limitless, but before they can be released, I must turn my attention to the practical problem of efficient generation, not to mention safe and reliable storage. Even if energy can be summoned from the atmosphere on demand, some intermediate storage device will be necessary to absorb the excess and release it in a controlled fashion. Absent such a mechanism to modulate the unpredictable flow of raw power, the effect would be akin to cooking one's breakfast by exploding a stick of dynamite. Tomorrow I must visit Cunningham's to order glass tubes and ampules. Oh, good lord, that is a loud page-turning sound. As he always takes weeks to deliver them. I hope he also has magnetite on hand in sufficient quantities so I can start experimenting with it right away. I will also try the iron filings first. Down to the last spool of copper wire, I need to pick up more. And I have to stop by the offices of the Gazette soon to circulate an advertisement for a new assistant in the weekend edition. So much to do. January 19, 1846. Some days the work has been maddeningly slow, and some we advance by leaps and bounds. I am kept too busy to often think of writing in the journal. Yet I have made notable progress. I have built the first prototype capable of harvesting ambient etheric potential and channeling it to produce energy, in this instance, heat. There is as yet no flow regulation mechanism, so the entire energy field feeds directly into a copper heating element suspended within a water-filled cylinder affixed with a thermometer. The top left is open to vent steam, which is frequently produced in abundance. In future, naturally, the entire heating coil steam tube apparatus will be replaced by another assembly capable of converting the aethericity into useful energy, to generate light, say, or perhaps mechanical motion. The prototype does not appear capable as yet of generating heat beyond the material's tolerance. However, I have reached the limits of this particular configuration. Without hazarding a faceful of superheated steam and shattered glass, I cannot say with confidence, even now, that a random harmonic flux in the atmosphere couldn't cause a sudden spike of etheric energy that would produce such a result. Now that the principle has been proven, we must experiment with introducing a regulator to throttle and control its flow, for both safety and practicality. There remains the not inconsequential matter of funding. It has taken longer than anticipated to reach even this early milestone. Beyond the initial outlay for experiment, I had not accounted for the necessity of covering rent on the old Turnbull Street storehouse, nor the wages of my assistant, Frank, for such a long term. I've already removed from Miss Gladstone's modest but comfortable lodgings to the garret over the storehouse, a move which has proven economical as regards to money and time, if less satisfactory in the matter of board. I fear that I did not give Miss Gladstone's Sunday roast quite the credit I now realize was their due. Despite the savings thereby afforded, my meagre reserves will soon be depleted, unless I can induce a benefactor to relieve me of these pecuniary obligations. November 6, 1846. At Frank's instigation, I've embarked on a program of fortnightly public demonstrations of the apparatus. A brief lecture on the principles of aethericity, followed by a practical display of the generator's operation. It's offered to all comers, or as many as will fit within the storehouse free of charge. I confess that at first I regarded this pageantry as a distraction from my true work, a senseless bit of spectacle to dazzle the simple tradesfolk and labourers who occupy the district. However, Frank has persuaded me that attracting an investor requires some measure of transparency into my research, and while it is true that most who attend come seeking thrills rather than anything intellectual or financial, putting these shows has allowed word to spread, and some people are beginning to take notice. Last month's published proceedings of the Vespuccian Royal Society of Natural Philosophy contained a mention of rumours of research into the generation of etheric power by a Mr. Clerk of Turnbull Street. I leave aside that they misspelt my name and omitted my title. Not everyone can pay society dues and have their credentials indelibly observed, but they know enough of my work to have spoken of it in the lofty chambers of knowledge and opportunity, and that is what matters. Since they did accurately remark the address of my lab, perhaps one or two of the learned gentlemen might be persuaded to visit and see my work for themselves. I shall pen a letter to the Society Secretary at once. February 2nd, 1847. With the introductions and encouragement lately extended by Dr. Nethersall, second Vice President of the Vesperian Royal Society of Natural Preservation, whatever it was, I have secured connections sufficient to gain my place in an etheric pavilion to be installed at the Lamplight City Global Expo this summer. Not only will I have the opportunity to demonstrate my generator before a grand public audience, as a condition of my participation, Harmon and Grove, chief sponsors of the exhibit, have tasked me with consulting on the design of the pavilion, in terms of requirements as to technical equipment, layout, accommodations for visitors, tens of thousands are expected, and so forth. There is so much to be done to prepare. Sure is a long diary. Turning off the flow regulator remains the utmost... Tuning of the flow regulator remains the utmost priority. We still have months left to resolve the superheating issue. I have high hopes for a finer gauge electrum filament. It strikes me that whatever investments and explorations these firms have heretofore conducted in the sphere of aethericity, there are really very few individuals to whom they might turn who have any measure of practical experience, extending beyond the realm of pure theory, and yet I had to go begging, hat in hand, to them for the opportunity to take part in their exhibition. Absent my generator, which can produce energy at a fraction of the cost of electricity and with none of the polluting infrastructure, there would be nothing for them to present in their pavilion but promises and fairy stories of a future that is not yet in evidence. But I should not bristle at indignities and be grateful for my good fortune. At last the world will see the power of ethericity revealed. June 6, 1847. Horrors beyond uttering. I can hardly bring myself to write them here. Frank, poor Frank. Your mother will not open the door to me, and I cannot say that I fault her for it. I will send her your 3 months' wage by post. A paltry sum for your life, but it is all that I have to offer. I've spent the past 2 days sealed in Turnbull Street. Every waking moment spent checking and rechecking the prototypes and consulting my research notes, seeking any error or miscalculation. What went wrong? The flow regulator had exhibited irregularities before, but all within tolerance. Nothing of the scale of that. The police will neither return nor allow me to access the remains of the exhibition model. If only I might inspect it and find the manufacturing flaw or defect in material that caused the catastrophe. Or, though I shudder to turn my thoughts in the direction, perhaps for some sign of sabotage. There are many who would delight in seeing me fail. Angry crowds dog my steps whenever I venture beyond my door, reinforcing my voluntary seclusion. At every moment I expect constables to arrive with irons. I have a growing suspicion that some handsome sum was discreetly paid by one of the sponsors to suppress public scandal associated with the event. If so, I am by happenstance the fortunate beneficiary of these maneuverings and owe to them my present liberty. Oh my god, how many more pages can there possibly be? But what use is liberty without my work? There, on stage at the pavilion, I felt myself briefly a colossus of science, standing astride the world with a shining future spread out before me. Now it has all crumbled in one blinding burst of light. September 21, 1847. The inquest is complete, and my name is cleared. I bear no formal responsibility for the deaths at the Expo in the eyes of the city of New Brigantine. Her people, however, are not so gracious. The Labourites in Parliament are taking advantage of the public furor to press all the more stridently for a blanket ban on etheric research, which I am certain the Prime Minister will all too gladly sign into law. I am aware of a dark irony in the fact that my exoneration in the matter has only lent strength to their arguments. For if I am not some murderous monster guilty of horrific malpractice, then aethericity itself must be dangerously unstable and unsafe, beyond the power of man to control. The fools! If they but knew what miraculous possibilities they foreclose with their ignorance and fear. Sometimes a scientific truth emerges which the world is not yet ready to hear. Was not Galileo denounced as a heretic, only to be vindicated by future generations? Eper si muove. Move? And there's more and more and more. The writers here could learn the benefit of brevity. It is clear that whatever I am to do next, I cannot do it here. I must leave the city and I will go west. Even if total prohibition becomes the law of the land, the law's hold is looser at the nation's virgin fringes, far from the Grand Maison and chambers of Parliament. The desert has traditionally offered refuge to visionaries and hermetic eccentrics. I can continue my work there, away from the throngs. I've come too far and glimpsed too much to give up now. The road of progress was never a smooth one. I have tumbled over a tremendous stumbling block, but I will pick myself up and carry on. Ad Occidentum. January 16 of 1848. My new lab, my hermitage, my sanctuary of science in the wilderness, it is complete. Moving out here has been an adjustment. For want of the various municipal amenities upon which I am accustomed to rely, my resourcefulness has been sorely tried. For ample hydration, my bodily needs as well as my hydraulic pressure, and cooling of my apparatus, I have been obliged to construct a rudimentary water tower. Even illumination, which, living in Lamplight City, I had taken for granted, I must now provide, and have taken to dipping my own candles with spare wax and cotton thread. And more, and more, and more. These labours I undertake alone, unwilling to venture so far as engaging another assistant. Solitude was the point of this relocation, was it not? I believe the desert climate agrees with me. I've found it more conducive to work without interruptions at all hours. And San Bernardo Valley vistas offer quite an inspiring change from the clogged alleys and foggy horizons of New Britannia. I am not wholly severed from my fellow man. A small settlement of Rosewater is only a short distance away, should I need to call upon any of civilization's necessities. While I was timid of my reception at first, I have found the people rather more open-minded than those back east, and I have begun giving occasional lectures and demonstrations for small audiences. If these simple-hearted frontier folk can yet be won over and taught to admire and yearn for the transformative potential of aethericity, perhaps there is hope for the rest of the nation in time. In the desert I am made anew. My sins are wiped clean by the scouring sands, and I begin again. Oh, thank God, this is the last set of pages. May 24, 1849. The fools! They have done it. They have sliced off their own nose and stamped upon it as it lay bleeding in the dust for spite. The Prime Minister, having won re-election in defiance of decency and good sense, has moved swiftly to deliver on his promises and signed a total and immediate ban on all practical research, experimentation, and development of etheric technology. It is a dark age we live in, and thanks to Leroy and the Labourite technophobes, it will stay that way. It is not yet clear what the repercussions will be out here, so far from the halls of power. I have no wish to tempt fate and have ceased all public display of my work. But they will remember the mad Dr. Clark, the erstwhile wizard of aethericity. Oh no, will they? And his self-imposed desert exile. Will they come looking for me like a scuttling bug I must keep to the shadows and hope to escape notice? It is the only way forwards. One day I hope to deliver the fire of aethericity to man and lift him up from darkness and keep him comfort in splendor. For this deed I can but hope that my punishment will be less severe than that which Prometheus endured. The work continues. Unfortunately, this gives us a lot of possible dates. May 24, January 16. I should probably note these down. So, yoink. Not Final Fantasy notes, but Rosewater notes. So, Jan 16, 1848. May 24, 1849. September 21, 1847. June 8, 1847. Okay.
It somewhat resembles a telegraph, but what is this box for? It somewhat resembles the things some people will keep for posterity. I'll never understand. It's somewhat.
But I thought both of those are
Somewhat
giving that. Yeah, these are indicated to be different things, but they're giving the same text bubble.
Bottles of different colors. Nothing helpful. Just another one of Clark's weird toys. Full of all kinds. Let's see. Books on science, engineering, astronomy. I'm sure this is all fascinating. Doesn't seem to be working. Doesn't seem to be working. Nothing's hidden behind it.
Okay. We have now fiddled with everything. Except the bust.
Some old bearded guy. The plaque says Galileo Galilei.
And there's no other room here, so the only thing of
I'm
value
not leaving
seems...
until I know for sure what became of Clark's money.
Okay, so what we can say is the game has done a good job up until now of always having one of your helpers with you so that you can, if you are stuck, speak to them. And they will give you a hint. Or like when we were in that space when we had just escaped from the sort of Indian arc, and there was the flag that I'd left on the ground and I went to leave. The other guy was like, "You can't leave here without picking up the flag, so I'll do it for you so you don't zork yourself." But now they have trapped us in a room without access to our friends, and I feel like I have interacted with everything and yet have no idea what to do. So they've cut us off from the HID system, but not made clear what I'm supposed to
Full of
find
all
or
kinds of
do.
liquid. Just enough.
But let's just
More scroll.
re-fiddle with absolutely everything.
Bottles of. Clark had
Nope, there's nothing about... Nothing about the current zone that we're in.
The thing's some.
Well, let's just go absolutely left to right.
Full of all kinds. More scrawled nonsense. Just another one of bottles of. Clark had. It somewhat resembles a Reminds me of an Doesn't seem. Nothing's. No idea what Doesn't seem. The thing's some. It's somewhat. Nothing.
Glassware.
What in the hell? Didn't do it. The new
The news article, the next
Lots of
glassware.
It's full of. Damn. Some note. A bunch of. Lots. Some old. Must be. Looks like a small. That didn't do. The clock's not running. Must. No effect. Nice to know.
Yep, and now I have literally left to right fiddled with everything, and it doesn't let you out. Am I meant to use the arrowhead on something? Nope. Maybe I was meant to click something inside the diary? Nope. And there's not like hidden edges of the book that we... I can't get the arrowhead and like cut the edges of the book to try and find something hidden in the book cover.
February 9th, 18...
Maybe we have to read
only
this?
9 months ago.
Clark, I have a business proposal. Relinquish that dusty laboratory in the middle of...
February of 1915? That doesn't make any sense, that's the wrong year.
Nowhere. Come to El Presidio. You may stay in my suite at the Jolly Good Club. My Orem Star membership and military rank afford me certain privileges. You will be furnished with the comforts owing to a man of your intellect and accomplishments.
It's signed L.
P.S. You needn't have any concern for your valuables, as there is ample secure storage in the room. One of the aforementioned perks.
Interesting. Jake will want to see this.
Can you read that again, please?
February 9th, 1850. Clark.
9th, 1850. 50.
Clark, I have a business proposal. Relinquish that dusty laboratory in the middle of nowhere. Come to El Presidio. You may stay in my suite at the Jolly Good Club. My Orem Star membership and military rank afford me certain
Okay, is
privileges.
this what will let me leave the room? Yeah, that's
I
stupid.
heard a big boom, and then they all went
If
running
you
toward the
have the
lab.
letter, you should be
That's
able
where
to leave
Phil
the
went.
room.
Do you think?
Hey, there's Holly.
Do you have any idea what all this ruckus is about? Or where Phil's gone?
Both, and I'll gladly tell you, but we need to get out of here right now.
Right behind you, my dear.
I'm glad to see you all made it out of there in one piece.
Likewise.
Would you two care to explain what that was all about?
I needed a way to get inside that shrine to Clark, and Phil provided the distraction.
So you blew up the lab?
You should have seen it. Some of my finest work.
I have to admit, that was resourceful of you. Although we probably shot whatever goodwill we had with the Luminarians.
Oh no, not
Hey,
the hippies!
was
Whatever
absolutely
will we
necessary?
do without the
If you ask
hippies'
me, we did the
goodwill?
world a favor by raising that chamber of horrors.
I assume you didn't come up empty-handed.
I found Clark's journal. Have a look at this letter that was inside.
An invitation to the Jolly Good Club in El Presidio?
Yep. Check the date.
9 months ago. Wow.
That's right about the time he disappeared, isn't it?
It is indeed. I'd say it's obvious that the good doctor accepted the invitation.
And took his money with him?
Well, it wasn't in Chrysalis or his lab. And listen to this. You needn't have any concern for your valuables, as there is ample secure storage in the room. Don't get much clearer than that.
So we're bound for El Presidio.
Suppose we should start packing if El Presidio is our next destination.
Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. First and foremost, we need some transportation.
You haven't got any? Don't you tour around?
Sure, but our show wagon ain't gonna fit all of us.
Plus, we'll need it to store all the show's props and equipment while we're gone. There's that lady in town with the wagon, though. Heard her talking at the saloon once. Said she hires it out to travelers.
Sounds promising. Who is she?
Her name's Lola Johnson. I think she stays in the old blacksmith shop.
Oh. Well, I hope she has a forgiving nature.
Why's that?
She caught me breaking into her place.
What?
It's a long story.
We should head back to Rosewater, no?
Yeah, let's get a move on.
Okay, so a repercussion for our opening sequence
Right.
segment
Harley, I'm putting you in charge of
might be
hiring us
coming
some
up.
transportation. Danny and I are going back to the theater to settle some business. Come get us once you've arranged a ride.
And just how am I meant to arrange it? Financially speaking?
Well, now that may get a mite tricky. Our contract was to pay out at the end of the show's run, but seeing as we'll be breaking that contract, I'm sad to say we'll be forfeiting those proceeds. Anybody else got funds to contribute to the kitty?
Not unless this Johnson woman accepts pesos. And I've few enough of those at that.
I'm afraid I haven't got anything either.
Harley, my dear, I'm afraid we must then prevail upon you to furnish the petty cash needed to get our expedition aloft. Seeing as you're the only other one of our posse who's currently in the position of being gainfully employed. And it goes without saying, but you'll be fully reimbursed once we find what we're looking for. On top of your share. With interest.
I certainly hope so.
Wonderful. Well then, we'll be seeing you later.
Maybe we finally go write the article
What
we
about
were
you two?
originally
I think I'll
paid
pay Dr. Sedgwick
and
for
came
that.
here to
It's been
do.
ages.
And I owe him proper thanks for his care.
See you in a bit, Harley.
And then we'll get paid our 45 crowns for writing our puff piece. That seems the most likely thing as far as I understand us. Ooh, has she fixed her door? No, she hasn't. So here, use writing desk.
Good to see you again.
Yes.
Alright, let's get this thing knocked out. But first... Okay, time to bring home the bacon. The big question, how to open?
Open with a positive account of the Wild West show, or open with an account of the bar brawl. Ooh. That's exciting. I'll go with the bar
When this
brawl.
writer was assigned to pen a profile of a Wild West legend, she never expected to become embroiled in the action firsthand. But no sooner had my private audience with Gentleman Jake concluded than a saloon brawl erupted in the barroom of the Jack of Diamonds, and Mr. Ackerman's legendary pugilistic prowess was put on full display. Now the middle section needs to recapture the reader's interest. Let's see.
The ingenious escape plan and the adventures investigating Clark's lab seem like the two most exciting things to me. Let's go with the fake gun plan.
They say the true mark of a person's character is how they behave under pressure. Mr. Ackerman showed nothing but resourcefulness when he found himself taken captive on one recent occasion, the details of which he was not at liberty to disclose. But he was able to recount his escape by means of a clever ruse involving the use of common household items, a true-life tale rivaling the plots of the most lurid copper novels. And now for an ending.
Praise the city, praise Jake, or praise Danny? We were being paid for a puff piece on Jake. So puff piece on Jake we shall do.
All in all, Mr. Ackerman has shown the true qualities
Even
of
though we
a
think
reader
he's
and
Gilderoy
hero.
Lockhart.
May his adventures persist, and his tales continue to inspire and delight. All right, that should do it. Now, what should I title it?
The Continuing Adventures of Gentleman Jake. Jake Ackerman, a True Gentleman, Untitled. A frontier hero comes to town. No. The Adventures of Mr. Guy.
Continuing Adventures of Gentleman Jake. And done.
Okay, and then we go hand it into our boss.
Good to see you again, Harley. Hope you're spinning me some aurum.
Well, I've spent the past couple days following Jake around, gathering plenty of straw.
Glad to hear it. I like writers who go above and beyond.
I hope this is good enough.
Rub article on boss.
Here you are, Joni. One profile of Gentleman Jake, ready to print.
Let's have a look. You know, writing the headline is normally the editor's job. Now let's see. Not even in town for a day, and Spitfire Harley makes her comeback. This is good. You've kept it brisk all the way through. Not bad, Harley. Not bad at all. A few snips here and there, and this will be fit to print. Here's your fee, as agreed. Now I know what I'm working with, I'll have a think about your next assignment.
About that.
Hmm?
I'm leaving for El Presidio with Gentleman Jake. We're after Bennett Clark's missing fortune. Whatever we find, I've got a feeling it'll make a hell of a story.
You're right about that. Tales from the wild frontier are in vogue these days, and folk will be gumming to find out what happened to Clark. All right then. Clark's missing fortune it is.
I've got something else.
Oh? Do tell.
While I was going around with Jake, we spent some time with the Otham. I
Yes.
learned that they've come under constant attack from the soldiers at Fort Beaumont.
What? Why?
That's the thing. There's no reason. They pose no threat, yet the soldiers harass them anyway. In one recent raid, all their crops were torched.
That's atrocious. People need to know about this.
I'm glad you think so, because their leader wants their story told. She's willing to be interviewed. She gave me this statement, too.
Powerful stuff. I'll pay a visit as soon as I can and see for myself. Plenty of townsfolk could stand to learn about our neighbours in the valley. This could open their eyes.
I hope so. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to see about hiring a wagon.
Godspeed, Harley.
So hopefully the money we made writing that article is enough to get us, like, enough money that we can hire the wagon.
See you later, Joni.
Take care of yourself out there.
You just keep turning up like a bad copper, don't you?
Nice to see you, too.
I'm nearly afraid to ask, what in the Sam Hill are you doing now?
I'm selling maps of the town.
To whom, exactly? Near as I can tell, I'm the only new arrival. The locals in the market for maps of a town you can circumnavigate in 10 minutes.
You're a real stick in the mud, you know that?
Don't go anywhere.
Not like there's anywhere to go. Feeling lost? Buy a map of Rosewater. Just 1 crown.
Okay, this doesn't look like it's changed. Maybe that is slightly more askew than it used to be.
Sure would.
Maps for sale. Get your maps here.
Oh my god, if we buy a map, will he shut
Not
up?
now, lady.
Locked.
Hmm. We could also try the Undertaker.
Business seems slow today.
No, Undertaker still not open. Well, what about the doctor's house?
Ah, Miss Leger, it's good to see you again. Nadine and Mr. Marquez were just telling me how you all were acquainted. Please do continue.
Nadine, could we have a word?
Of course. Pardon me a moment.
Seems we've a big journey ahead. Are you excited for it?
Yes, but also a bit nervous. I've never been beyond this valley.
No kidding? I can't imagine staying in one place so long. But then I've been up and down most of this country.
Not everyone has the luxury to travel so extensively.
So, how was it working for the good doctor?
Well, he taught me everything I know about medicine. It was especially interesting during the rush. We had no shortage of patients then. I lost count of how many broken bones I set.
I'll leave you to your conversation.
Okay, she has nothing for us.
Hey, Phil? Let's talk.
What about?
Are you looking forward to our journey west?
I more look forward to what we will find at the end of it.
Right?
Okay, he doesn't look like he has anything either. What about the
Hey,
doctor?
Doc.
Miss Leger.
Did you ever make the acquaintance of Dr. Bennett Clark?
Ha! Doctor. If that man's a doctor, then I'm Hippocrates.
Shall I take that as a no?
Miss Leger, I do not associate with lunatics and crackpots, especially those who recklessly cause the deaths of innocents. Now, let's not sully the good name of higher learning any further.
Have you met any members of the Luminarians?
I beg your pardon?
They're a community living near the old Clark laboratory.
Oh, those ethericity cultists. Yes, they do make their way into town on occasion. Sometimes the women come to me seeking certain remedies and prophylactics. And I've treated 1 or 2 cases of malnutrition. The desert is a hard place to make a home. Something about the old lab draws in the gullible and deluded. Lost souls searching for meaning.
Well, that may not be a worry anymore.
I'll see you later, Doc.
Do
Because
take
we
care of
blew up
yourself.
the lab. Okay, no one here had anything. We can try talking to the sheriff, who has actually done disturbingly little for the story, honestly. I don't think he's done anything for the story.
Welcome back, Miss Leger.
Hey, Sheriff?
What can I do you for?
Did you ever meet Dr. Bennett Clark?
No, he only came into town every couple of weeks, until the ethericity ban got handed down. And glad I am of that. I have no use for any of that claptrap. All it does is spook folk, and sometimes blows them up.
Don't suppose you've encountered a group in the valley calling themselves the Luminarians?
The limo what now?
Luminarians. They claim to be the protectors of Dr. Clark's artifacts. They've got a commune set up near his lab.
Oh, come on now. You're pulling my leg.
I'm serious.
Well, so long as I don't get up to nothing in town, they ain't my problem.
Nope.
Thanks for the check.
Come back in.
Okay, he's got nothing for us either. Which pretty much only leaves that, which probably has nothing. Shrug, yep. And lady who we stole the watch from.
Here we go.
Lord have mercy. You robbed me, then have the nerve to come back here? In all my born days, I don't think I've met anybody quite so foolish.
I get it. You're upset. I can explain.
Not interested.
Wait, it was that conniving little snake, Jem. He said the watch was his, said you'd stolen it. He got one over on me. I apologize, truly.
Bully for you. If you really are sorry, get it back.
Fair enough.
Maps for sale! Get your maps here!
Hey, kid.
Yeah?
Give me the watch
You have
back.
something that doesn't belong to you.
Could you be more specific?
Lola Johnson's watch. I want it back.
No can do. You swipe that watch for me fair and square.
Yeah, he deserves a good thrashing. He tried to mug us or be involved in the mugging of us right as we got to town.
You're on thin ice, kid. Hand over the watch or I might do something I'll regret.
No, you won't. We're in the middle of the town thoroughfare. You lay a hand on me, and everybody and his dog will see it.
Do
Let's
it!
give them a real show, then. Can't say I didn't warn you.
Take the watch!
Here it is. I'd better get this back to Lola quick.
You got my watch?
Yes, here it is. No hard feelings?
Or now? Why'd you come back here anyway?
Name's Harley Leger. My companions and I are headed to El Presidio, and we heard you've got a wagon for hire.
I do? How many are you?
5, including myself.
Listen close, because I'm only going to say this once. You pull anything funny again, and you get left on the side of the road. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
My fee is 40 crowns up front.
Done!
Here's your fee.
Yeah, we couldn't afford that unless we'd written the
Get your posse
article.
together and meet me outside town at sundown. We'll head out then. There you are. This your group then?
This is us.
All right, folks, listen here. I'm Lola Johnson. This is my wagon. When you're in my wagon, you follow my rules. Rule 1. I'm your driver, not your friend. While we're moving, leave me be. That means no yammering in my ear about how pretty you think the mountains are. Rule 2. We stop and go as I say. I ain't interested in blowing up my engine just 'cause y'all are in a hurry. Last rule. Everybody does their part. Be it cooking, hunting, or gathering firewood. This ain't no pleasure cruise, and I won't be serving y'all. The road can be rough, but I'm an experienced navigator and tracker, so stick with me and you'll be fine. If you've got any questions, now's the time to ask.
No,
I
I
understand. You'll have no trouble from us.
All right then. Let's get a move on. Time's wasting.
I ain't got no questions.
We are off, with the first faint tendrils of dawn at our backs. We head west for El Presidio on the trail of the elusive Dr. Clark.
What a fat lizard.
We have but a few days' travel before us, through the desert and mountains to reach the coast. I am rather looking forward to getting a better view of this part of the country. And should the scenery lack for diversion, I suppose I'll have recourse in the fellowship of my new traveling companions. Now that we've assembled in this unlikely venture, perhaps it's time we got to better know one another.
Feels good to be underway at last.
Yes, though I must admit I tend to become restless on long trips.
Well, we got cards, books, and conversation. Plenty of ways to pass the time.
The map of the Commonwealth of Vespuccia, with a focus on the Western Provinces, 3rd edition. Las Virginias, New Spain, Piedmont, Rotterdam. Okay. It's weird how things are like almost but not quite right for the real world.
Hey, Danny, let's talk.
Sure. Actually, I was wondering about something. Where'd you learn how to fight?
For a while, it was how I put food on the table.
No kidding. You were a brawler?
I was. Used to call me Spitfire Harley.
Wow. Were you any good?
I took my licks, but usually held my own. In that world, being good is mostly about how much punishment you can take and keep coming back. Same as anywhere, really. When the Otham had us locked up, you said something about having been in a similar predicament. Have to say, I've been curious.
Oh, right. Well, it's not that exciting. Nothing like one of Jake's stories.
Let me be the judge of that.
So, before I met Jake, I used to run with some folks who, well, we got into some trouble. The guy in charge, he thought it might be fun to try sticking up a post office. That didn't go so well. We wound up in jail for a few days. We didn't escape or anything, just did our time and were let go.
I see.
Told you it was a boring story.
Not at all. I appreciate you telling me. So who were these people you ran with before?
They, do we have to talk about this right now?
Please tell me.
No.
Well, you see...
Hey now, don't force the kid to talk if you don't want to. Danny, she's out of line. Don't say a word.
Sorry, Harley. I'd just rather not talk about it.
Fine.
So have you been to El Presidio before?
Yeah, I was born there.
No kidding. Didn't you say your family lived near El Presidio?
In the area, yeah. They moved out of the city proper a few years back. I left when I was 16. Haven't been back in ages.
What about our Gilderoy Lockhart?
Jake?
Yeah, Harley?
Did your travels ever take you to El Presidio?
A few times. Can't say I much care for it. But that city's for you. Too crowded, too impersonal. I'll take the wide open countryside any day.
I appreciate
I don't want another one of your fake stories,
Hey,
so...
I see something up ahead, by the side of the road. Looks like an oil derrick.
Wagon's slowing down.
Guess it caught Lola's eye, too. Let's have a look.
Any particular reason we've stopped, Miss Johnson?
I needed to stretch my legs. You might take advantage and do the same. We're off again in about 20 minutes.
Come on, Danny. Let's go have a look at that oil derrick.
Excuse me, ladies. I have some business to attend to.
Both of you can do as you like. Just stay within sight.
Actually, I'm curious about this machine. Do you think I could ask you a few questions?
Oh, well, I suppose so.
Oil derrick, guy relieving himself, or not quite steam machine? We'll go with oil derrick.
Somebody's out here sniffing for a fortune.
Or just digging a very deep hole.
Funny how the best things are often found in the lowest of places. Come have a look, Harley.
Hello down there.
Who said that?
Up here.
Sounds a bit Australian
Afternoon
almost.
to ya. What brings you folks to Cormac's oil rig?
Just passing through, friend. I was just saying you've a fine setup here.
Thank you, sir. It pleases Cormac to hear that. Sit tight. Just needs to make a slight adjustment. Then Cormac can come down for a chinwag.
Yeah, I definitely think he's meant to have maybe a little bit of Australian in him.
Whoops! Ah! Whoa, damn! Oh. Clumsy Cormac.
Jeez, are you alright?
All right as rain. Not upright, though, no. Good thing you folks is here. Hates to be a bother, but Cormac is in a pickle. Could you, lend a hand? Cormac would be ever so grateful.
Please stop referring to yourself in the third person. Please.
Hang on, sir. We'll get you down.
Cormac appreciated, miss. Not wishing to hurry you, but sooner'd be preferable to later. The blood's starting to pool in Cormac's forehead.
Can you shoot the rope?
Danny? Got any idea what to do?
I know what we need to do. I just don't know how.
You shoot rope.
Hey,
What about
Jake?
Gilderoy Lockhart?
Any suggestions what to do?
That rope doesn't look too thick. Should be able to cut through it. The trick will be keeping our friend from falling headfirst into that pit.
We don't have our old stuff. We don't have our arrowhead either, so I can't cut things.
Hey, Jake.
Yeah?
Got anything on?
Afraid not.
Okay, he says go talk to the others for a knife.
Sorry to interrupt, but...
What is it?
There's a man at the oil derrick in dire need of help.
What happened?
He's caught on a rope hanging upside down. We're trying to get him down somehow.
And what do you want me to do about it?
Do you have something sharp enough to cut rope?
Sure, my hunting knife.
Could I borrow it for a spell?
Only if you swear to be careful with it.
On my brother's grave.
Take it then.
Okay. And how do we stop him? Shoot the oil rig? Shoot the rope? And it's not like it's spewing oil, Nahodoi. It won't be a case of set the man on fire.
Tools of the trade for an oil worker, I suppose.
Including some rope?
Rope could be useful.
Good. What adventurer doesn't have 50 feet of rope? Okay, use rope on...
I've got this rope. Try grabbing onto it.
Whoops!
Damn!
You are good with roping.
I've got this rope. Could you lasso the gentleman?
Now?
Please do.
Yes, now.
Well, now we're shaking. How's about getting Cormac down?
Now, how do we cut this? Well, we have the knife.
I've got this knife.
What are you meaning to do with it?
I don't like either of those. Both of these feel like we would lose the
I'm not
knife.
quite sure.
So, let's make a save. I did promise to take good care of the knife, and having other person drop it doesn't feel like that to me. Can I give you the knife and trade you for the rope?
Please, not now.
Can I
I
give
got
you the
this
knife?
knife from Lola.
Perfect. I can throw it and cut our friend down.
You good with knives then?
Oh, sure. Even used to do some knife and axe throwing in my show, but audiences prefer the gunplay.
I can't believe I'm putting my faith in Gilderoy Lockhart, but it seems to be like it was what we have to do.
Time to reprise your knife throwing act. Wow us.
Ah!
You got him! Let's pull him up, quick.
Whew, that were a close one. You've saved Cormac. Many thanks.
It was nothing.
Are you alright? We have a healer with us if you need doctoring.
Ah, no need to trouble yourself. Cormac's feeling all right.
At least the blobber doesn't constantly refer to himself as the blobber.
How come you're doing this clearly dangerous work on your own?
It's not so bad. Cormac's used to this sort of thing. Cormac used to be a sewer worker in New Britannia, you see. It's all the same, really. Digging around in muck, tending to machinery. But Cormac's got more friends these days. Mud's much nicer to be covered in than sewage.
Before we go, anything else you're in need of?
Well, you said you was passing through. Whereabouts are you headed?
El Presidio.
In that case, you'd be doing Cormac a great favor if you took this letter to someone at Vespuccia Petrol. Their office is in El Presidio.
Vespuccia Petrol, you say?
Aye, they's Cormac's employer. Been wanting a progress report on this rig.
Sure, we'll take the letter.
Appreciates it.
Alright, we'll be going now. Promise you'll take more care.
Aye, Cormac will do his best. Farewell, and thanks again for helping old Cormac.
Goodbye, Cormac. Oh, we travel by dot path on map.
Phil?
Señorita?
Will this be your first time visiting El Presidio?
It will. I have heard many tales of this so-called Mouth of the West. I am curious to find out which ones are true.
You're very polite, Phil, but please, call me Harley.
What is wrong with Señorita?
It's not my name.
Ah, but it is a sign of respect. I would never dream of addressing a new Spanish lady by her given name.
Well, things are different here.
As I am learning. If you wish it, it will be so.
Appreciate it. We'll talk more later.
I look forward to it.
Nope, he's got nothing to say.
Hey, Nadine.
Hello, Harley. Something I'd like to ask you. You seem quite well traveled. What's it like in a big city?
Well, everywhere's different. I've never been to El Presidio before.
It's big, but from what I hear, not as crowded as cities back east.
Doubt it's anything you can't handle. Stick with us and you'll be fine.
That is something of a comfort.
When did you return to the Otham?
I went to them in April of last year, but it wasn't a return. They took me in. People were leaving town, and there was less need for me at the clinic. It was Dr. Sedgwick who encouraged me to find my own path. The Otham were kind to accept me as a guest, but truthfully, I'm glad for this opportunity to travel with you and the others.
You said the Otham took you in. They aren't your people?
No.
I had assumed that myself, so
don't know who my people are.
more the pity me.
My father never told Dr. Sedgwick, and I have no memories of him talking about it. I think my parents came from somewhere to the east, but I'm not even sure of that.
Have you ever tried tracking down where you came from?
No, I've considered it, but it's complicated. Perhaps someday.
So how'd you become a healer? Did you go to school?
No. I mean, I attended the missionary school for a few years as a child, but not to learn medicine. I was taught by Dr. Sedgwick. I worked as his apprentice for nearly a decade. He was a wonderful guardian and mentor. I am grateful for all his care.
You said Doc Sedgwick was your guardian? What about your parents?
I never knew my mother. She died soon after I was born. My father worked for Dr. Sedgwick, which is how I came to his household. He took me in when my father died from an infected wound.
I'm so sorry. How old were you?
I don't remember exactly, but I couldn't have been more than 5.
Is that why you wanted to
That
study
have anything to do
medicine?
with you choosing to learn medicine?
I suppose so. Yes. If I can save somebody's loved one, grant them extra time to cherish together, well, there's no better way to help people, is there?
We're slowing down again.
Good. I could use a change of environment. Harley, could I have a word outside?
Sure.
Sun's getting low. Time to set up camp.
Harley and I'll be back shortly. Just gonna take a walk over to that spring. Danny and the others can aid in the preparations.
You better not be skipping out every time there's work to be done, you hear?
Shall we?
Lead on.
Would you look at that spring? I ain't seen water that clear since that time I went swimming with the Prime Minister's rambunctious niece.
So, you wanted to talk to me about something?
I did. I can tell you've got a cogitating mind, always assessing the situation, finding the risks and opportunities. Now that we've got a real posse assembled, I'm keen to hear your thoughts on our little venture. Everything seem hunky-dory so far, in your estimation?
Aside from that you're a fake.
I'll admit I was skeptical at first. But after that lead we found in Chrysalis, I think we might actually be onto something. Eager to see where it goes.
Delighted to hear it. You let me know if that changes, all right?
You got it.
Right, well, we should be heading back. Else Miss Johnson will...
Oh, hey there.
Howdy, friend.
Welcome, welcome. Name's Aubrey Trout, but you're not here about me. I reckon you're here for the spring water.
Something special about it?
Something special about it? This here's an etheric spring. Best kept secret in the great western desert.
Etheric spring?
Sure. Y'all know about ethericity, don't you?
We're familiar.
Well, this water's got the same properties. Due to a confluence of etherically sensitive minerals deep in the earth, you see. This here's a hotbed. Taking a drink will cure whatever ails you and grant you the strength of 10 men.
No kidding.
Okay, so prove it.
Gladly. Observe.
Jumpin' Jehoshaphat.
Daily sips of this water have conferred upon me a practically superhuman strength. Now, tell me, how old you think I am?
I imagine a spry young feller like yourself can't be more than 25?
What if I told you I was 52?
Does the water make you look younger too?
And reverses it. Why, my own sister wouldn't recognize me. Okay, look, I'll take a drink now. Watch me. There. See?
Life-giving
Tastes
water.
like springtime
Nectar
and
of the
sunlight.
gods.
Now, if the water was no good, would I have done that?
Reckon not.
So go on, friends. Share in the wealth. Take a sip.
If it does even half of what you say.
Wait. I want to see Mr. Trout take another drink.
Beg pardon?
If this water's so safe, there's no harm in another sip, right?
Of course not. It'll only do me more good. Divine nectar.
No,
Not so fast. Something is off.
I
sure you
have a
won't mind if I
distrust
have a
of
look
him.
Around, Mr. Trout.
Be my guest.
Looks refreshing, but looks can be deceiving. All these trees look dead. That can't be a good sign. The others are nowhere in sight. I think something's tucked under there. What have we here? Magic Spring didn't do much for this beast's health. Water of life, huh? Wonder if this is hiding anything. Ow! Bunch of stickers. Damn.
Stickers? Do you mean thorns?
Might be a good hiding place. Nothing but twigs and leaves. Looks like there's something hidden under that bush. What's this? These boards have been badly damaged, but it looks like it says W-R-N-I.
Warning.
Warning? What's this? A money pouch. There's 10 crowns in here. Was there a sign here at one point?
Yeah, it said warning.
They're circling low. That's not reassuring.
The buzzards are literally circling. Hmm.
Jake, I don't think you should drink that water.
Why not?
There was a warning sign over there, and someone destroyed it.
Really? That stick's been there since I found the place. Never seen a sign.
There's an awful lot of vultures in the area.
I did notice that, yes.
They're off in the distance. This spring's pretty well hidden still. Anything that doesn't find it dies of thirst out there.
There was a cow skull in the reeds. Looked deliberately hidden there.
Is that right?
Yes, I did that. Wasn't nefarious, just clearing the path so no one trips on it.
Now wait just a minute. What are you trying to pull here, friend?
Nothing. I swear.
Right, and I'm the Prime Minister. Quite the little scam you've got going on.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I think you do. Jake, maybe you can coax our friend here to talk?
I'd listen to the lady, partner, unless you want to be another notch on Gentleman Jake's holster.
Okay. I'll talk. The spring's toxic. I trick people into taking a sip and then rob them.
Gee, Rover Cripes, that's pretty low. Even for a confidence trickster.
You don't kill them. A little sip only knocks you out for a bit.
So how are you still standing after all those drinks you took?
I got a natural immunity. What can I say? Found a way to turn it to my advantage.
And that iron-bending trick?
Like you said, just a trick.
Of course. I should have seen through that. We got ourselves a real piece of work here, Harley.
You're telling me.
What do you reckon we should do with them?
He's a danger to future travelers.
We can't let him work his tricks on anyone else. He needs to be punished.
I agree.
Please, don't kill me.
Do we look like murderers to you? We need to make an example of him.
I've got just the thing. Go get me some rope from the wagon, would you?
All right. That's some fine work, Jake.
Poisoner and
Maybe
liar.
our friend will think twice about leading people astray. Shall we?
Wait! You're just gonna leave me here?
Oh, plenty of folks travel this road. You know that, or you wouldn't have bothered laying your trap. I'm sure you'll encounter some charitable soul. Eventually.
Speaking of charitable souls, I found a stash of stolen money while I was snooping around.
Well, ain't that something? Come on, let's head back and see how the camp setup's going. So the little weasels concocted this whole story about how it's an etheric spring and the water has special powers, trying to hoodwink us into drinking it. All I can say is it's a good thing we ain't the rubes he took us for.
Let's not dispel people's belief in Gilderoy Lockhart.
I feel sorry for anyone falling prey to his tricks. He was a crafty one.
Even so, you gotta get up pretty early in the morning to pull one over on old Jake.
So what happened when you found him out?
We got a full confession. Turns out, the water's poison. The snake worked up some scheme to get passers-by to drink, and then empty their pockets as soon as they were out of commission. Leastways, I think that's what he said. Couldn't catch half of it through his blubbering and sniffling.
Do we call... He wasn't crying.
What are you talking about, Jake? He wasn't exactly happy about being exposed, but he wasn't crying or anything.
I was trying to add some drama, okay? You harbor some literary aspirations yourself, don't you? It's called storytelling.
Called lying, Gilderoy Lockhart.
We made an example of him.
You killed him?
Let's just say he won't be harming anybody else.
He was a bad man and got
Well,
what
that
he
was bad
deserved.
news. Somebody needed to put a stop to it.
I see.
Good. Sounds like the bastard deserved it.
The chili's almost ready. Harley, can you come help me and Phil serve?
Sure thing. That smells heavenly.
The kid is a good cook, eh? But I believe this chili could use a little of my secret ingredient.
What's that?
Mezcal. I picked up a bottle before we left Rosewater. Gives it a nice smoky flavor. And makes you feel nice afterwards, too. This group needs a bit of loosening up, don't you think?
Pour in the whole bottle. No, not at all, or yes, a little bit.
Okay, just make sure not to overdo it.
Me? Overdo it? Never.
We should be ready to serve. Just one last taste. Tastier than usual. Smoky. Did one of you add something?
Just my secret ingredient.
Well, whatever it is, it's real nice. Come on, let's fill up these bowls and get everybody fed.
That was some mighty fine chili, Danny boy.
Glad you liked it.
Could have used some salt. No, let's be nice. It was the best chili we've ever had.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Pinch more salt might have brought out the
Oh,
flavor. Quite
no,
good, though.
mouse
Keep that in
scroll.
mind for next time.
It's a nice night.
Perfect for relaxing and enjoying the company of one's comrades. The best part of the day. I have always said that the battle is won or lost around the campfire the night before.
Danny will remember us not selling up his chili.
Kind of hypnotic. You look like you're enjoying yourself.
And why should I not be? We have fine weather, good food, good company. Are you not?
Well, sure. I mean, this is great and all, but...
But nothing. Here, take a drink. Celebrate.
No,
I'm
thank
happy
you.
just to soak in
I've
the
had enough
festive
in the
mood,
chili.
thanks. You go on, though.
Oh, I shall.
If you'll excuse me, it's been a long day. I need to rest up for tomorrow's drive. Night all.
How are you doing, Nadine?
It's been quite a journey so far. In any case, I look forward to seeing what tomorrow will bring. I hate to leave such merry company, but... I'm suddenly feeling very sleepy. Please excuse me. I'll see you all in the morning.
Sleep tight, Miss Redbird.
Night.
Is this just everyone slowly walks away?
Hell of a day, huh, Jake?
I'll say. It's disheartening to know there's so many men out there hell-bent on bringing others to ruination. But at least we saw through his ruse.
It's as they say. There's a mark born every minute, one to trim 'em and one to knock 'em. I've got nothing to ask him. So, Danny, where'd you learn to cook chili anyway?
I just sorta picked it up. Can't really remember where.
Time for me to call it a night.
Night, Harley.
Buenas noches.
Sleep well.
We leave within the hour. Don't leave anything behind.
Say, Harley, care to join me and Jake for a stroll?
Where to?
Not far, just along the river. Thought we might enjoy the fresh air before getting cooped up in that tin can again.
Danny breaks wind like a horse in there, you know. Especially after one of his chilly nights.
Oh, come on. I do not.
I'm just joshing you, Danny boy. Shall we?
Lead on.
Good lord, that is a big
Beautiful,
river.
ain't it?
Let's keep going. I think the river bends up ahead.
Okay, that's more sensibly sized.
Awfully rough water.
Shucks, this ain't nothing. It gets real wild a little ways down.
What the hell are you doing here?
Just what are you doing up there, young man?
I'm playing.
You ought to be careful. Those branches are like twigs.
I'll pay these fussing old hens no mind, Sonny. I was the same at your age. Used to jump around trees like a lemur.
I'm good at climbing. Watch this.
Oh, please fall in.
What do you think?
Mighty impressive, son.
Maybe you best go back to where you were. You're making me nervous.
You are a fussing hen. I told ya, I'm good at...
Whoever could have foreseen this?
Shit! What the hell do we do now?
Danny!
Hot damn, he's got him. Now hurry up and come on back to shore.
I'm trying!
I can't swim!
Hold tight. We'll figure something out.
Well, I see a stick we could poke you with.
Feels kind of flimsy, but it might help. Just a plain old branch. Here, grab onto this.
Oops.
Jake!
What?
I might have an idea, but I'll need something of yours.
Okay, what?
Give me your belts.
Okay, sure. Take them.
Okay, let's try the same thing.
Now I've got a double loop.
And try using the belts.
Danny, grab onto this. Jake, a little help, please?
Gotcha.
Thanks.
That was some quick thinking, Danny boy. I'm impressed.
I'll say, you're a true hero, Danny.
I just did what anybody would.
That's a load of bull, and you know it. The rest of us were standing around gawping, but you knew what needed to be done and didn't hesitate 1 second. Be proud of yourself, Danny. You've earned it.
She's right, you know. Damn fine instincts.
Hey, kid, how about a little gratitude for your rescuer? Danny here just saved your wretched back-talking neck.
Thanks, mister.
You're welcome. Have you got a family to get back to? They must be worried.
Yeah, Ma and Pa got a camp nearby.
Run along then, son. Be sure to tell him Gentleman Jake's brave assistant, Danny Luo, saved your life.
And stay out of trees, little brat.
All right now. Let's head back to the others so Danny can relate the tale of his heroic deeds.
Actually, I'll catch up later.
Suit yourself, hero. Hey, don't be too long.
Would you mind a little company?
Sure. I just needed a moment away from Jake anyway. I'm glad you're here.
Jake and I aren't just blowing smoke, you know. It really was impressive how you leapt into action back there. You ought to trust your instincts more, because they're good ones. Don't let anyone tell you different.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the talk, Harley.
Anytime. Let's get back to camp.
Yeah, you aren't a Gilderoy Lockhart. You are legit, Danny. Holy moly, we are such a long way off El Presidio. Like, if we're only moving that far on the map each time, and El Presidio is in the top left-hand corner, it is gonna be a while. It is gonna be a while.
A letter from Cormac addressed to Vespuccia Petrol in El Presidio.
Alright, and I think that makes a good, reasonable point for this cut. So, we did not solve the code to get into the back of the laboratory. Instead, we blew up the laboratory. We got briefly stuck in the artifact room because the game didn't make it clear enough that it really wanted us to read the letter, not just have the letter. And we've begun our... well, we wrote the article, we told the newspaper about the Indians being attacked by the fort, and we have now begun our journey to El Presidio to chase the lost gold. Will the journey be quite as long as it looks like based on these first two little segments? Find out next time. I need a quick break. Give me 2 mins to refill my empty drink. We'll be back shortly and continue then. Yeah! Thank you. All good? You had lunch? Anything? Drink? Alright. No laboratory, no code, but the song was good. What? 1 is the loneliest number. Yeah. Alright. Hello and welcome back to the Wolf Plays Rosewater. We are on the way to El Presidio chasing the lost gold of Professor Clark.
Phil?
Harley?
Why did that seem to have gotten even louder than the last time I was here? One sec. Yeah. Volume down, please.
Now we've got some time. Care to tell me about how you came to Vespuccia?
I can appreciate your curiosity, although it is painful to relate. But you may as well know. I had assembled Lieutenant General de la Vega and several of my men in Jicotea, a small village on the Loyola River. We were preparing an operation to liberate the nearby town of Caballo Viejo. The Spanish army had it under occupation for some weeks, seeking intelligence on our movements. But before we could act, they struck without warning, without mercy. They did not confine themselves to fighting armed revolutionary soldiers. Old men, women, children, all were valid targets in their eyes. All held collectively responsible for resisting imperial rule. Victory was out of the question. We were hopelessly outmatched. Many brave souls laid down their lives to allow innocents a chance for escape. As civilians fled the village, I led the retreat north with Lieutenant General de la Vega. We gathered what we could of our forces from other positions along the way. It was clear that the army would relentlessly target any village known to harbor revolutionary cells and administer the same treatment. I left Jicotea a smoking ruin. I could not allow that to happen again. Temporary exile was the only alternative.
How long ago was this?
Just how temporary has this exile been?
A little more than a month now. I find it not so easy to keep count of the days.
So, this revolution. What exactly is it you're
An
fighting?
independent Mexico.
Anyone who is oppressed fight for freedom. Simple as that. The imperial government has grown fat on the labor of the masses. They torture and imprison anyone who dares speak out against their abuses. My people and I are straining to throw off the yoke of colonialism.
We'll talk more later.
I look forward to it.
More congratulations for
Hey,
Danny.
Kid, let's talk.
Sure.
I'm still impressed at how you just jumped in after that kid.
I'm just glad we were able to save him. It's nice to be on a team again, like old times.
You actually going to tell us about your team that you wouldn't before?
Yeah. We were a posse. My best friend Petey was our leader. Petey and I left El Presidio along with 5 of our friends. We were looking for new lives out on the frontier. I told my parents we were pooling our money together to buy a farm, which was true. Except, we didn't actually have any money. Petey took charge and we all started off working odd jobs here and there. But he got impatient. He got it into his head that it would be easy money to rob a stagecoach. I didn't much care for the idea, but once Petey put his mind to something, there was no turning back. So the big day came, and things didn't go so well. Petey didn't make it. I was the only one who did.
I'm sorry.
Me too. I just wish I'd said something more. Push back harder on the whole idea. But honestly, talking about it helped. So, thanks, I guess.
Oh, you
Folks,
have
we're
some
making
tragic
a brief stop.
backstory.
There's a lady by the road might need some help.
Let's see if we can be of assistance then.
Have you been stranded out here, ma'am?
Oh, no, not at all. I can see how it might look that way, but I assure you, I am here with fierce and deliberate purpose.
And the purpose would
So
be...
what possessed you to come stand out in the middle of the desert?
My name is Amber Lee, and I am a paleontologist.
Beg your pardon?
It means I collect and study fossils.
Fossils? You mean bones?
Yes, that's right. Bones of the great creatures that roamed these lands millions of years ago. The mighty thunder lizards who shook the ground with every step. This wasn't always a desert, you know. It may seem difficult to imagine now, but millions of years ago, this was all a vast, lush rainforest. The perfect habitat for these awesome beasts.
Suppose everybody needs a hobby.
This is no mere hobby, sir. This is my vocation. In fact, I have been invited to exhibit my findings at the esteemed Jolly Good Club in El Presidio.
The Jolly Good Club?
Does that mean you know Dr. Bennett Clark?
Afraid not. As women are excluded from the club, I've not had occasion to associate with its members. They have made a special exception to allow me to give my lecture, and they are expecting something spectacular. If I don't find something truly extraordinary to show, I will be in quite a bind. Fortune has not been in my favor on this expedition. I am certain this area is full of treasures. Fossilized remains, that is. But the Earth stubbornly refuses to yield up her secrets. Say, have you any experience with excavation?
Well, well, well. Our many hours spent fossil fighting comes to the fore.
You bet. I've dug more holes than I can count.
Marvelous! Then perhaps you can assist me. I shall compensate you for your trouble, of course.
How much are we talking?
I'll need 2 field assistants. I am prepared to offer you 5 crowns each for a day's labor, and double that if you turn up something I can exhibit.
So at least 10 crowns in total, and 20 if we both find something? All right, that sounds fair.
Wonderful!
You taking point on this, Harley?
Guess so.
Who do we have help us? Nadine seems like a possible... Basically all of them except Gilderoy Lockhart seem reasonable. I'll stick with
Wanna help me
Nadine.
out?
Of course. Now remember, we are searching for bones belonging to the great dinosaurs that I believe were once abundant here. They may be scattered in pieces. I aspire above all to discover and assemble a complete skeleton for display. My holy grail, if you will. If you uncover anything useful, be sure to tag it for classification.
Don't waste too much time. We got to keep moving.
We shall reconvene in an hour.
All right, but not a minute more.
May fortune favor our search.
Left-click on the brush or trowel to select each. Oh my god, it is like fossil fighting. Whoa! I didn't want to move my window, game.
Well now, what's this?
Chewing tobacco! Can we not pick it up? Okay, dig again.
Say, this looks promising. Must be my lucky day. This comes with me.
And the other one?
Ooh, this is interesting.
That looks like a dinosaur claw.
I can't dig any.
Okay. Onwards to the next one. God damn it.
Say, this looks promising.
That looks a bit gopher-ish rather than dinosaur-ish, but okay.
I can't dig any deeper. I found something.
Yep. It's not a dinosaur, it's more like an ammonite,
What
but...
have we here? Must be my lucky day. This comes with me. Ooh, this is interesting.
Yeah, that seems dinosaurish. Maybe a lizard
Well now,
footprint,
what's
but it could
this?
be a dinosaur footprint. Sure, why not?
Phew. I've been at this long enough.
All right, place everything you found on the table here, and we'll have a look. Not a bad yield. You found some quality fossils. As for your companion, goodness, you've also found some wonderful fossils. This is quite a collection. Here is your fee, as we agreed. Thank you again for your assistance.
Don't mention it. Good luck with your exhibition.
I assumed she'd be coming with us, if we found enough fossils, but seemingly not. One sec, how? No, that's fine.
Can't think of anything to ask. Hey, Nadine.
Hello, Harley.
Good job with the fossils.
I'm not much of a literary critic, but it helps pass the time. Danny told me you're a writer. Have you published any books?
Me? No, books are way beyond my reach. I stick to articles and essays, and have trouble enough with those.
You shouldn't underestimate yourself. It wouldn't surprise me to see a book with your name on the cover someday.
Well, that's kind of you to say. Guess we'll see. Hey, Jake?
Yeah, Harley?
You think that charlatan at the spring learned his lesson?
I doubt he'll be trying that little scheme again anytime soon.
Looks like we have some time on our hands. How about a story?
Sure, why not? It was 1842, and I'd been hired by the sheriff of Bleachbone Gulch to track down some cattle rustlers. It was a long and winding trail, but by following the signs, I finally tracked down the stolen herd and the rustlers' camp. So I went back to town and gathered up a posse. 4 able-bodied men, plus myself. That night, we went back under the cover of darkness. We had the element of surprise, but we were outnumbered 3 to 1. Before I knew it, the shooting had started. It was a long and bloody gunfight. In the end, yours truly was the last man left standing. I drove that whole herd on by my lonesome. They were all back home by dawn, with not a head missing. Lost some good fellers that night. But that was the end of cattle rustling in Bleachbone Gulch.
Hell of a story.
Now there's plenty more where that came from.
I appreciate the chat.
Anytime, Harley.
Leger, get up here a minute, would you?
What's going on?
I don't much care for the looks of that sky.
No? Looks fine to me.
Give it half an hour and it won't. There's a dust storm coming. We need to seek shelter fast.
We can't just stop and wait it out on the wagon?
Even secured, there's a chance it could blow over. I'm not risking it. There's a house up ahead a ways. We'll stop and see if we can shelter there.
All right. I'll let the others know. Lola wasn't kidding about the storm picking up. Is someone living here? That sky is bad news.
Knock politely.
Hello? Anybody home? No answer. And wouldn't you know it, it's locked. There's got to be a way inside.
Was that you making all that racket?
Oh!
What in God's green earth are you doing out here in this squall, young lady?
My companions and I need a place to ride out the storm. We thought this house was abandoned.
Well, it's not. But how many are ye?
There's 6 of us. That's our wagon back there on the road.
Well then,
Go fetch him.
You're sure?
I won't have ye blow away on me porch. And you'll be keeping an old man company. So long as you're not bandits or thieves, are ye?
No, sir. We're fortune seekers. Of an honest sort.
Then we'll be getting along just fine. Now,
We
get your
are the
boy in here quick,
A-Team.
before we all get whisked to King's
Seekers of Fortune.
Appreciate you letting us ride out the storm in here, sir. Mighty good of you.
Ah, of course. As I told your mate, I'm glad for the company. Welcome to me home. I'm Captain Philip Boylan.
Pleasure's all ours. I'm Jake Ackerman. And this is Miss Legere, Mr. Luo, Mr. Marquez, Ms. Redbird, and Miss Johnson.
Fine-looking crew, sure. And not to worry, there's plenty of space here. I've a spare room upstairs and a settee in the library.
You're a sea captain?
So, Captain Boylan. Would that be a sea captain?
Aye.
We're a long way from water. What brought you out here?
There'll be time for trading tales soon enough. For now, I'll be needing some assistance. I was about to start supper. Seeing as I'm setting extra places, I could use a couple more hands.
I'd be glad to help.
As would I.
Ah, grand.
Sure, why not?
Another?
Sure. Alright, shall we? The rest of ye, make yourselves at home. I'll sound the gong when supper's ready. Excellent work, galley crew. We'll be feasting within the hour.
You're fortunate to be so well provisioned. We recently visited a community that was having trouble with their crops. I hope they have enough stored to last the winter.
So, Captain?
Aye?
What's for dinner? We ask as we all peel potatoes.
Where did all
No.
these potatoes come from?
Suppose the dust was kicking up already when ye arrived, so ye didn't see. They're from me own fields, just yonder.
You're a farmer then?
Just an old retired sea dog making do. I just thank God me crops have fared so well.
Captain, I was wondering...
Aye?
Where did you get that gong?
Oh, that were a gift from an old friend who spent a few years sailing out of Shanghai. Is that from whereabouts ye hail yourself, Mr. Luo?
Me? Oh, no. That is, my parents came over from China, though I'm not sure where exactly. They never talk much about it. But my brother and I were both born in El Presidio.
Ah.
So does that mean you speak the language?
Yes. Although my parents wish I spoke it more.
That might come in useful in El Presidio.
Well, I'll try my best.
How come your parents didn't tell you where they came from?
They don't like talking about their old lives. I eventually gave up asking.
Such a shame. I never knew where my parents came from either.
Well, the important thing is, we're enjoying each other's company right here and now.
Right.
Well, this should be plenty, thank ye. Why not go rest up? I'll sound the gong when supper's ready.
That was lovely. What an interesting life he's led.
I bet he's got as many stories as Jake. And speaking of which, I better go find him.
I'm going to look in the library. See you at dinner.
Hail, Pisces. Welcome. Hope you had a nice time with your puzzles. Harpoon?
An impressive weapon. A painting of a harbor. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. That probably goes to a closet or a basement or something.
You did. You made a lot of progress, even without a
If I had
saber
guessed,
tooth
I'd say this came from someplace in Africa.
to give you some hints.
Captain Boylan sure has gotten around. A seaside landscape. I'm detecting a theme.
Do we break into the basement?
Locked.
It's locked. Longclaw, thank you. Not Sabertooth. Okay.
It seems the good captain is an avid reader.
No kidding.
Ah! There's a pallid bust of Pallas above his chamber door.
Who's that?
Pallas, I believe.
Pallas Athene. Where's the raven to go with it, though?
These shelves are full of ship's logbooks. Captain Boylan had a long career. Nautical adventures, war stories, medieval romances, and frontier tales.
And a guitar.
That's a nice instrument.
Isn't she? Very finely crafted. I wonder how the captain came by her.
Books,
Atlases,
books.
travelogues, and
And enjoy your
daily
lunch,
histories.
Pisces.
Agentum
Bit of a
jug.
late lunch,
Say
but
that 5 times fast.
Agentum jug. Such an intricate design.
Must have taken ages to carve.
I'm no expert, but it looks old, foreign, and valuable. Some kind of navigational instrument. I have
more of an early dinner. Some intense old man energy there, Pisces. Extremely early dinner.
And natural philosophy. The label says Barbados rum.
Okay.
These shelves are full of ship's logbooks. Captain Boylan had a long career.
And the fire poker? Can we poke the fire?
Harley, what are you doing? We are Captain Boylan's guests, not common bandits.
Okay, apparently I'm not allowed to take or use the fire poker.
Quite a collection, huh?
You know, Dr. Sedgwick was also fond of collecting. Not like this, though. Mostly things like medical diagrams, antique surgical implements, and wax anatomical models. When I was young, I used to go into his office to sneak peeks at the old books that had illustrations of people showing different afflictions, pustules and lesions, scrofula, all the venereal diseases at once, that sort of thing. They were kind of horrifying, but also strangely fascinating.
All of the venereal diseases at once.
Scam.
No. Oh, there's more books over there that I'd missed.
Classical dialogues, poetry, and natural
Oh,
philosophy.
our mouth isn't animating. Bug! Mouth wasn't animating. Okay. What about upstairs?
The plaque says the Corunna. Oh, that's interesting. There's a little model sailor that looks kind of like Captain Boylan. The port of Gascon, if I'm not mistaken. Been years since I've seen it. A plain old sea chest.
Yeah, let's not break into his stuff.
It doesn't do much for me. A ship in a dense fog. Hey, I've seen this sort of thing before. I believe it's called Scrimshaw. It's got an old sailing ship on it. It's been carved with a whale design.
A pelican!
It's got a seabird on it. A pelican, I think.
I didn't think they were outside of Australia.
Someone carved a lighthouse onto this.
Or maybe our sea captain is particularly well travelled.
Miss Johnson, there you are.
Yep,
Can you see anything through that spyglass?
just the wagon. Wanted to make sure it's standing up to the storm.
And is it?
Seems to be. Excuse me, won't you?
Is this a safe? Oh no, it's a dresser.
Finely carved. Must be quality craftsmanship.
Although,
It's empty.
why is it open and empty? Was she in here stealing something from this?
A musty smelling mess of laundry. I can just make out the wagon through the dust. At least it hasn't blown away. Captain Boylan was quite dashing in his youth.
And that's all in here? Yep, that's all in here. Okay, what about the other rooms?
Wasted no time making yourself comfortable, I see.
My back's been acting up lately, you know? Truth is, it's been a while since I was out on the road like this. camping with only a bedroll every night. Guess I got used to inns and soft mattresses. And there's a decent bed in the show wagon. Now, it ain't like I've gone soft or nothing, just, showing my old bones some love.
Sure thing. Totally not Gilderoy Lockhart.
Storm's still going.
I'm glad we found a safe place to stay.
Nice to be able to freshen up.
Sure, why not use it?
Ah. Evocative scene.
Don't stare at that painting too long or you'll get seasick.
Speaking from experience.
Let's just say I'm glad it's on the wall behind me.
Functional little nightstand with storage.
Got a Bible in it?
Don't go snooping around in there. We don't want to get on our host's bad side.
Hey, Danny.
Hi, Harley. Do you mind if we talk later? I'm feeling a little white.
Sure, not a problem.
Okay then. I don't think there's anything else in this room. There's one more room,
This is the water closet.
which is actually the toilet. Then I think we're done.
I can't remember the last time this table was so full. How are ye finding the fare?
Not bad.
Most satisfactory.
The very soul of rustic simplicity. Quite simple and, unadorned.
It's a bit bland. I like it.
And no adornment needed. My compliments to the kitchen. But then I'm not exactly impartial.
In any case, it's been a real pleasure having a proper meal at a table.
Been roughing it then?
And how? The campfire don't compare to this.
Where are ye folks headed?
El Presidio.
Ah, I used to sail out of there.
Can you share any tips about the city?
Since you know the city, have you got any advice for a first-time visitor?
If ye ask me, and ye did, the heart of the city's the wharf. You'll not see a more eclectic mix of folk anywhere else.
You said you sailed from El Presidio, Captain Boylan?
Aye, for many a year. I used to captain a whaler.
No kidding. You must have some stories.
A fair few. I could tell ye about the largest beast we ever snared. The one what took me leg.
Why not?
Go on then, tell us.
It was back in 25. We was circling a lagoon off the coast of New Spain. We were on the point of giving up, when suddenly a great monster breaches off the port bow. She was the biggest I'd ever seen. I shouted the order to launch the whaleboats in pursuit. Me men put all their backs and all their hearts into rowing, and soon we was on her. All around, the water was churning white with foam. The beast surfaced again so close, we nearly capsized. But the harpooner had steady legs, and a steadier aim on him, and he struck true. Then, the battle began. Oh, how she thrashed and reared. Somehow, the rope got wrapped round me leg, and pulled, and tore almost clean through. I thought I was a goner for sure. But it wasn't over yet. At last, the beast tired out. We hauled her in just as it was getting dark. Cutting her up was no easy job. She was 50 foot if she was an inch. Got a good sum for all that oil and blubber. But it wasn't only the whale went under the knife that night. Doc cut me up too. Taking care of what little was left of me leg by that point. Saved me life.
Quite a tale.
That poor creature.
I doubt you'd feel that way if you met one yourself, Missy.
How about we just finish our dinner? If anybody has an appetite left after that.
Aye, fair enough.
Potato soup, I'm guessing? It sounds soupish.
No, that was a fine meal. And a fine meal should be followed by some fine rum and conversation. Would ye care to join me in the library?
That sounds like a perfect way to pass the evening.
I'm going to retire. Sounds like the storm's died down, so I'm bunking in the wagon.
You sure that's a good idea, Miss Johnson?
I'm sure. See y'all bright and early.
Sure you won't have some rum, Miss Redbird?
I'm sure. Thank you.
And for you, Miss Leger.
No, thank you.
You can spare me a pour as well, Captain.
Aye, fair enough. A toast to new friends.
Cheers! Damn, where'd you say this stuff came from?
A gift from an old friend in Barbados. Best rum in the world, in my opinion. Got plenty more in me cellar. You're welcome to it. Now then, Mr. Marquez, I had a question for ye.
I may have an answer.
Am I mistaken, or are ye of the new Spanish persuasion?
I am, yes.
Ha ha ha! Grand! I'd like ye to have this.
He just gives him the guitar. Amazing.
Belonged to an old friend of mine. New Spanish, like yourself. He used to play the most beautiful music. He left her to me when he died, but I always felt she should return to her proper home, as it were.
I'm honored.
Suppose I ought to have asked if you play.
In fact, I do. A little bit, anyway.
Go on, then. Give us a song.
Very well, but let me tune her first. That should do. Now, let's see if I remember.
Very arpeggio-y.
Goodness, that was beautiful. Where did you learn that?
Thank you, Harley. I had a tutor as a child. My father insisted I learn to play something, so I chose the guitar.
Well, ain't you just full of surprises?
I think this calls for another round.
Hear, hear.
It's been a grand evening. But this old salt needs his beauty sleep. Stay up late as he like. All I ask is he not disturb me in me quarters. I'm not a light sleeper, but I can be a right bastard when startled.
I promise we'll steer clear and tiptoe quieter than the angels. Good night, Captain.
See y'all in the morning.
Don't know about you folks, but I ain't ready to bed down just yet.
Yes, the night is still young.
What say we have a couple more rounds?
And the rum's all gone now.
Captain Boylan said he had more in the cellar.
I'll just go fetch a bottle or two. Oh, bad news. Cellar's locked.
Oh, chingada.
Guess the party's over, then?
Not necessarily. Harley, would you be so kind as to apply your skills to our little problem?
Sure, I can get that door open. Trickier without lockpicks, but I'll improvise.
Atta girl. Let us know when you done it.
How the hell are we meant to open it? Can we just say open?
Locked. The cellar door.
But we can explore the kitchen now.
One of the doors is slightly open. I shouldn't be snooping around. The dinner gong. Can't imagine it gets much use. Full of matches.
Maybe.
Don't mind if I do. This door goes into the captain's quarters.
Okay, we were told not to go there, so we absolutely don't do that.
It's empty. For an old sea captain, Boylan's got some rather modern conveniences. Captain Boylan keeps a tidy house. Well stocked, but not with anything I need. Definitely not the one that got away.
Yes, impressive fish. Okay, can we use match to lockpick? Seems unlikely, but maybe.
I believe these are the kind of matches you can strike anywhere. That won't get the door open.
That was worth a try. What else might... Oh, we need to swap our audio source one sec. My headphones have run out. This. That? Alas, no. There we go. Except we need to get you guys the audio as well. One sec. There. Alright. Where would we find something? Maybe now that there's no one in the room, we can open this up.
I shouldn't be snooping.
That's a no. Same with that.
I shouldn't be.
No. Would there be
A
pin
musty smell.
in the laundry? No.
I shouldn't.
Can we take the peg leg model?
The plaque says. Oh, that.
No. Then I am a bamboozled, but how do I open this? Surely it's not the arrowhead.
A piece of petrified wood from the desert. An ancient arrowhead.
Maybe the arrowhead is a pseudo lockpick?
That won't get the door.
Can I borrow a hairpin?
Please try not to get us in any trouble, Harley. Please try.
Okay, no, I can't ask for a hairpin.
Time's a wasting, Harley. Get that door.
I don't know if this is a good idea, but once Jake gets something...
Have you gotten that cellar door open yet?
The cellar, the cellar, the cellar, the cellar. Have you gotten the cellar open? The other thing we have is a personal journal. These. But I don't see how this helps us. Nor any of these.
Full of matches. It's empty.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Imagine bringing down a giant whale with something like that.
I'm pretty sure we've interacted with everything, unless the Scrimjaw.
It's got a
something?
It's been...
No, we can't cut.
This is...
And there's still nothing in the water closet.
the cellar. Locked.
I don't know what it wants me to do. If it's not going to give me something to do lockpick with. Anyway.
Please try.
Time's a...
I don't know if the...
Have you gotten...
The label says...
Fiddled with all of these. No. I'm here, Nemi. Suddenly a bit quiet, admittedly. But I'm still here. Or at least I see me as here. I see volume when I talk. Do you not hear volume when I talk? Hmm. Ah, the fire poker. Maybe I'm allowed to grab the fire poker now.
This could be useful.
Yeah, that's annoying. They specifically said I wasn't allowed to take that before. Whatever. Now we can fire poker the key.
I could try prying the door open.
Yet there's supposedly another way. I don't want to be mean to the captain who's taken us into the house kindly. I don't want to break his doors and stuff. But it looks like the choices I'm being given are either do that or wake him up when we were told not to wake him up either. I think the lesser evil would be waking him up than breaking stuff in his house. Okay, based on the amount of stuff here, it looks like we were meant to break into his room.
The captain still has some old country pride.
Ireland?
No mirror. I guess Captain Boylan doesn't do much preening here. I can just hear Joni. A quill and ink, how charming!
But nothing seems like a key. Oh, is that a key?
A set of keys. One of them must unlock the cellar. They're right over Captain Boylan's head. I can't reach for them without disturbing him.
Oh, we're meant to use this as a range extender.
Yeah.
Got him.
All right.
Jake? Phil? I got it.
Nice work, Harley. Now let's go get that rum.
And g'day, Dead Pressed.
I cannot see a thing down here.
How about we light that wall lamp?
This will help us see down here if we can light it.
I have matches.
Much better.
Now, about that rum.
What was that?
Sounded like the captain's voice. Come on. You heard it too, huh?
Yes, it came from upstairs, I think.
It sounded like Captain Boylan, but aren't his quarters on this floor?
I thought the same.
Perhaps we should go see if he's all right.
Yep, you and Miss Red.
He appears to be fine physically, but he seems to be in some sort of trance.
A trance? How do you mean?
His eyes are open, but he's not really awake. He's gone within himself. I've seen people do this voluntarily, to meditate or relive certain memories, but Captain Boylan seems trapped.
Is there anything we can do?
I'm not entirely sure. Did he say anything when you found him, Harley?
Not a word.
I'm at a loss. Something brought this on, but what?
Could it be that he drank
Is it possible
too much?
he just had too much rum?
I don't think so. I didn't see him drink very much. Even if he were very susceptible to the effects of alcohol, this is rather extreme. It must be something else.
You said this room was hidden, right, Ollie?
That's right.
So, does it maybe have some special meaning for Captain Boylan?
That's a very good point. I would say this place is a sanctuary.
But from what? The man lives alone in the desert already. What's he need a secret sanctuary for?
Look, on the wall there.
He's moved into the middle of the desert to escape the
It's a
whale.
sketch of Captain Boylan with 5 other men. His crew, maybe? There's a signature. A. Cranach.
Cranach! God forgive me.
Captain, can you hear me?
The doom? The doom!
What doom? What do you mean?
I came from nowhere. I ought to have taken heed. I ought to have let it take me.
Captain? Captain? He's unresponsive again.
Should I
Should
say
I try
the name
repeating
again?
that name? See if he speaks again?
Perhaps not. Without knowing what's happening, we don't know how it would affect him.
I think I have an idea.
Yes?
That chair, the way it's positioned, facing that sketch, this room being hidden, I think something happened to those men. Something bad. And I think the captain blames himself for it. He probably comes in here to punish himself.
Oh, how you figure that?
Because, well, call it a hunch.
I don't know. Seems kind of far-fetched, don't it?
Not entirely. I've read some of the new theories about the study of the mind. A particularly traumatic event may have shaken Captain Boylan's sanity.
So, he has gone mad?
Yes, but he may not be beyond help. We could try to reach him. I could try a form of hypnosis.
Oh, sure. That's where you get him to cluck like a chicken, right?
Not at all. It means he would be calmed and put into a receptive state. Then we could speak directly with his unconscious mind. But to have the best chance, we would have to recreate the environment he's experiencing as accurately as possible.
Maybe we should
You
just
sure
leave
we
him
shouldn't just
alone.
leave Captain Boylan alone?
Look at him. Would you wish to be let alone in a state like that?
Suppose not.
So what do we do?
We must each take on a role.
Oh, you mean like play acting?
Something like that. If we can each convincingly assume the identities of the men in that sketch, the captain may feel they are truly here with him. His fantasy will become clear, and we'll be able to guide him through and out of it.
Sounds just crazy enough to work.
But we know nothing about
It
these
really
men,
doesn't.
aside from what they look like.
Which means we need to find out more. The more details we have, the better.
Then let's put this show together. Harley, you're good at finding things. See if Captain Boylan had a diary or something.
All right, I'm on it.
Well, we already have that. Use diary on you.
What's this, a journal?
Captain Boylan's personal one.
I see. Well, I'll let you pore over it for any pertinent information.
But you said you wanted it. Boo! Do I use it on me? Do I use it
That
on
won't
him?
help the poor man.
Do I use it on you?
Unfortunately, I haven't got...
You?
I'm not in the mood.
You?
I do not think we have...
Am I meant to reread
There's
it?
not much in here. Here's an
Fisher landed another whale today on his first shot. I asked him how he managed. Turns out he's been tying his wife's
Okay.
kerchief to the harpoon handle. Swears it.
So I'm meant to go get the harpoon and tie a handkerchief to it? We can definitely grab the harpoon. But I haven't spotted a handkerchief anywhere.
Can't reach it from down here.
Do I still have my fire prod?
I could reach it with the poker and knock it down, but it's liable to impale me. I'd better find a safer way.
Alright. A safer way. Is the chairs movable? The chairs are not movable. The main character is actually an NPC.
Spare linens and an old sketch.
I'm allowed to open this chest now. This should have a handkerchief in it, right?
I'll take this hat. A musty smelling...
Apparently it's a hat, not a handkerchief, as I was expecting. What has the sketch
A
got?
sketch of a ship. The Derwent. There's a note. Captain Boylan, looking forward to our first voyage together. Signed A. Cranach. Cranach? That's the same name on the sketch in the attic. So the Derwent must be the ship I'm looking for.
And wasn't that the tiny model ship?
The plaque says the Corunna. Oh, that's interesting. There's a little model, and that other one
No.
there looks like one of the men in the attic sketch. I need to figure out exactly who it is. The port of gas.
No, none of that seems obviously the solution then. Does someone in the painting have a bowler-type hat? Yes,
That's Captain
someone
Boyle.
has a
5 other
bowler
men
hat.
Storm seems to...
So...
A bit tight, but not the worst look. That's Captain Boylan on the left. The 5 other men must be his crew, but I have no idea who any of them are.
Who do we make who? That's presumably... Danny. That looks most like Jake/Gilderoy Lockhart. I don't know that we look like any of these, because they're all men. We need the telescope to give to... perhaps Nadine? Can we grab the telescope now? Instead of just looking through the telescope? Yes.
That's Captain Boylan on the left. The 5 other men must be his crew.
So, give someone with beard. You're the closest to having a beard. The telescope.
We ought to find out who those men in the sketch are before amassing a collection of trinkets.
Well, I have the journal, and you won't let me use the journal.
There's not much in... Here's an...
Fisher landed and turns out...
Can I grab this chair? Can I look out this window?
Storm seems to... Boylan set up a sort of... There's gotta be some...
Poor Captain Boyle.
I hope we're able to...
Let me know when you found something that might tell us who those fellers in the sketch are.
Well, I have. The journal. But you won't let me do anything with it. Grrr. Grrr.
No mirror.
What if we smack the gong? Maybe he'll... No, we aren't allowed to smack the gong with this.
Not much inside. There is a folded up piece of paper. Seems to be a recipe for sea biscuits. There's a note. Your favorites. Told you they were simple to make. Perhaps someday you can whip some up for me. It's initialed GOM.
Please say we don't have to do cooking.
Can't reach it from down here.
Maybe there's more stuff down here, because we did leave this space straight away.
This crate's been emptied.
Through the power of
Probably
cutscene.
full of more rum. A crate chock full of rum bottles.
Like this footstool. Okay, the footstool will let us get the
No rum in here, surprisingly.
harpoon, I would
Another
bet.
unlit lamp.
I have more matches to light the lamp.
There we are. An old navigational chart. Enough rum to last a lifetime. Or an evening.
Okay, out here, use footstool to get harpoon. Now we presumably need a handkerchief for the harpoon, but maybe not. Maybe just harpoon is enough.
We ought to find out.
Oh, that won't.
We ought to find out who those men in the sketch are before amassing a collection of trinkets. We ought to find. We ought to find.
No. I am not enjoying sea captain charades. I would be much happier if, when I said how about we just leave him alone to recover himself, she went, oh well, I guess so. And we didn't have to do this section where the obvious answer of the journal is unusable to provide information about the people he used to be part of his team with. Maybe I'm allowed to open this now that he's in trouble.
There's an empty bottle and a note in here. I'll take the note. Captain Boylan, I recommend taking 1 nitroglycerin tablet per day and avoiding overexcitement. Dr. Francois.
Okay, what if we give that to our medical friend, and then she will say, aha! Now we know how to fix him.
This seems like a sound recommendation for heart trouble.
Seems like handy information to know.
Ay, ay, ay.
I must admit, this is all very odd, though I do pity the captain.
Let me know when you...
I hope we're able...
There's gotta be some...
Poor Captain Boyle.
Use matches on Captain's house.
Oh, that won't help.
I don't need any match.
Is the shrine maybe
Boylan set up...
unlit and we have to light the shrine? No.
Ah, here we are. The logbook for the Derwent.
Yeah, and I don't like this whole... You research a bookshelf that you've already searched 8 times before, and suddenly there's something new that you need here.
The Derwent sailed out of El Presidio in 1830. Listed crew is Captain Philip Boylan, First Mate Michael Benelli, Navigator Karenga Payo, Harpooner Jalal Fisher, Dr. Jonas Francois, Cook George O'Malley, and Alfred Cranach, profession unlisted.
Well, that does tell us who almost everyone is. Does that make you happy?
I found the ship's log for the crew in the sketch.
Nicely done. Let's have a look. Alright, so we've got a first mate, navigator, harpooner, doctor, cook, and artist. We can probably leave that last one out.
Okay, so Danny can be the cook, Nadine the doctor, Phil the harpooner, you can be the navigator, and I'll be the first mate.
It's been weaker than it was
don't
at
you
the
think
start, Maury.
I ought to be the first mate?
Does it really matter?
Reckon not. Right, now all we need are some props.
Props?
Sure, for authenticity. Have another look at the sketch. Each of the crewmen is either wearing or holding something unique.
Jake's right. If we each have the appropriate item, it will increase our chances of convincing the captain that we are his former crew. I'd also suggest trying to learn at least one personal detail about each one, just in case.
Okay, I'll have a look around.
Bring me any items you find.
And let me know when you're ready to begin the performance.
This is a lot to keep track of. I'd better make a list.
There are some nice things about it, Maury. It looks like a number of the puzzles have multiple solutions, which I do very much appreciate. Like, do you break open the door or go to the trouble of finding the keys to open the door properly?
I'll put back the one I'm...
Oh god, I have to get the right one. It's not just a case of it tells you which one is the right one. Okay. Go back to the painting, work out which scrimjaw we need.
That's Captain Boylan on the left. According to the ship's log...
The whale one. Who would brute force such a thing? Well, the key was in a room that we were specifically told not to go in, Maury. Right? So this door was locked. The captain had said, you can help yourself to more rum in the basement. This is the door to the basement. Just, I'm going to bed now. Please don't disturb me. I have problems if people disturb my sleep. I explored the whole rest of the house, other than the captain's room. The only new thing we found was the fire poker. The fire poker could be used to crowbar the door open. I felt like that wasn't the right thing to do, that I would sooner wake up the captain, even though he told us not to ask about where the key is, rather than breaking his door. And then you go in his room, he is asleep, and there's a key on a ring on a wall. And we used the fire poker to reach over the bed and pick up the key from the thing. Even though it meant explicitly going in his room when he said, please don't disturb me while I'm asleep. So yeah. I think both paths are somewhat okay. It's just that I would rather not abuse the hospitality of the person that's let us in during a sandstorm by breaking their door. And that disobeying their please let me sleep in peace was less offensive than breaking shit in his house. Okay, we have the harpoon for you.
Hey, watch where you point that thing.
Do I have to give it to the right person? In which case...
If you are going to stab someone...
Really? Do I need it? Well, it's not the doctor. She was meant to be the doctor.
Be careful.
I'd be...
Maybe I just talk to you and say I have the harpoon?
Remember to bring me anything...
No, you don't like that. Well, what about the scrimjaw?
Here's a carved whale tooth for Dr. Francois.
This one's you, Miss Redbird.
Here's the bowler hat.
Here, this is the hat First Mate Benelli wore.
Perfect. I'll hang on to it. Remember to bring...
Here is the telescope.
A spyglass for Navigator Pio.
Great.
But you won't
Here's
let
a
me give you the
for Mr.
harpoon?
Fisher.
All right, this one's yours, Phil.
No, I'm only allowed to give you the harpoon after I've given you the other things. Grrr! Order of operations matters for some reason. And what's the last thing? We need
That's Captain Boylan on... According to...
We need a fancy suit, maybe? We've done Harpoon Man. We either need a fancy suit or an apron. We've done you and your scrimjaw, we've done you and your hat, and we've done you with the telescope. So it's either like fancy suit or apron or maybe hat. There's no apron, unless there's suddenly an apron in the pantry.
Well stocked.
Is that going to be a fake moustache?
Captain Boylan.
No. So let's try the pile of clothes again. Maybe there's more than just the hat now that I know that I need it.
A musty smell.
No. What about that? Can I open this now that we...
Looks like a navigational chart. I'll take it with me.
Why the hell would I need a navigational chart?
There's a path drawn around an island that says Detour. The name of the island's been crossed out.
Maybe this is what I meant to have and not an apron? Was I just not observant enough about someone in the painting has a map?
Interesting. Suppose learning the name of that island would be useful.
No. No, it isn't. Yeah. Genuinely just left wishing that when they said the dialogue lines for, maybe we should leave him alone here, and I said yes, then they just agreed and we could have skipped sailor pantomime. Sailor dress up.
Nautical adventure. These shelves are atlases, classical. Such a bust of. We are in the middle of the a sea.
Nope, and we haven't added to our journal what I'm supposed to be doing at the moment, either.
The plaque says, oh, that's interesting. There's a little model sail, and that looks like First Mate Benelli. They must have been shipmates. Evocative scene.
We already did this, but we'll check it again.
Functional little...
We already grabbed the telescope and checked here. Here gave us something new, it gave us the map.
Captain Boylan was quite dashing in his youth. A must...
But that's it for here.
A ship and a...
Maybe the toilet suddenly has something.
This is the water... It doesn't do... If I had to guess... Captain... This crate's probably full of more rum. No rum in here. Enough rum. An old looks awfully...
Am I meant to use this chart on this chart to find the island name?
These two charts show the same land masses. The island crossed out on my chart is called Hastram Scary.
Has that given me updated chart?
There's a path drawn around and it's crossed out on here, but the island is called Hastram Scary.
Okay, this should be in our journal at the moment, telling us what to do. So we got the Scrimjaw, we got the Harpoon, we got the Spyglass, we got the hat. We don't know what O'Malley wants. But we do know that his favorite meal is sea biscuits. Now, my mind says that the prop for that guy is supposed to be either the, like, bandana thing he has, G'day Salar, or the apron.
It's empty.
Which you'd think you'd find the apron
Not
in the
much
kitchen.
inside. Seems to be a rest. There's a note. Your favorites. It's initialed GOM.
Right, and that matches here. George O'Malley. Sea biscuits.
Looks like a sea.
We don't make a bandana out of the bed sheets.
That's Captain Accord.
This guy is the remaining one. So we did Harpoon Man. We did Scrimjaw. We did Telescope, and we did Hat. So my mind says it's either this hat or his apron. Can we just go with 6/8 of the...
Remember to bring me anything.
Do I give you the newly updated map?
Seems like
Do I give you the information about
Thanks.
this?
Captain Boylan. I recommend
No, we already did that one.
a sketch of a ship. The Derwent. There's a note. Captain Boylan. Looking forward to our first voyage together. Signed.
We haven't used this yet. Okay, we're meant to... okay.
According...
That is misleading. That is actively misleading if what I think we're going to have to do is what we... I haven't used the quill and ink yet, and I think that what we're going to have to do is make a fake tattoo. Even though we are very specifically told prop, not grrr.
The bottle... I found this inkwell and quill.
Yep.
Should work for drawing O'Malley's
Oh,
tattoo
I'm
on
angry
Manny.
about that.
Right. I'll hold on to this thing until it's time.
That is... grrr.
Remember to bring me in.
What else do you want?
That's
We've
Captain
done them
Boylan.
all now.
According to the ship's log...
Harpoon, check. Hat, check. Scrimjaw, check. Telescope, check. Tattoo prop. Very angry about. Check. Scrimjaw, harpoon, spyglass, hat, tattoo. All done. Every name, every prop, and every information is filled out. Maybe I need to rub this on him? To be like, I have completed this checklist?
Thanks, but no.
Maybe I rub it on you?
What's the...
Captain Boy... Oh, that...
What's...
Captain... There's gotta be something we can do for him.
Yeah, I don't know what else it would want. Morning, Sayuza.
Captain Boylan.
Maybe I need to present each person with their individual... Like, here's the fact you are supposed to know.
This seems like a sound recommendation for heart trouble.
And that means I need to present the information about sea biscuits to... you.
There's a path drawn... It's crossed... Captain Boylan. A sketch of a Captain...
But we don't pick up the sea biscuit thing. It stays in the cupboard.
There's not much in... Here's an...
Fisher landed. Turns out he's...
I do not think we have the...
So how would I possibly rub
Captain
that
Boylan.
information
Unfortunately,
on him?
I'm not in the mood.
Do the others say anything about the heart medication thing?
Captain...
You keep that up.
The fact that she says something different...
Seems like...
Nitroglycerin, eh?
No, okay, she doesn't say something
this
different.
seems like a sound.
And g'day, Sayuza.
There's a path... It's crossed out...
Yeah, I have no idea. I feel like I've done everything that it wanted exactly. The The only thing that I could conceivably think of is that it wants us to make sea biscuits. Now.
Not much inside. Seems to be a... There's a note. Your favorites. Told it's initialed G.
But I can't pick this up and rub it on the other guy.
For an old... Well, stop.
I don't want to have to go and re-rub myself on everything again.
Functional little... Evocative.
When the game should just give us a clear indication of what it actually wants us
Wonder
to
how...
do.
Nice to... The port of... The plaque says there's a ship in a... I'll put back the... I'll put back...
Why do I have the whale one? I already gave him the... The Scrimjaw.
Here, I found a better carving for Dr. Francois.
Miss Redbird?
Here's the one you gave me before.
Nice work, Har...
Oh my god. You'd given the wrong prop. Grrr. Grrr. Dr. Francois is suspicious? No, they all seem like good people. Okay, now that we have all the props, now can I rub the note against you and you suddenly will let us do the acting?
Nice work, Harley. Thanks.
I'm not
Nice.
We
There's
talk
gotta
to
be
you
some-
again. Do we rub this against you now?
I wonder why this chart has been vandalized.
Seems like...
I'm afraid I don't...
Ever seen that?
No, so it doesn't look like I have to rub that information on anyone, which kind of makes sense because otherwise I'd have to be able to pick up the sea biscuits thing. But then why are we filling this in? Sunk boat. I kind of wish the captain had sunk his boat and we had have just slept overnight in the car despite the sandstorm.
Poor captain.
Trying to play stupid dress-up charades to do pretend psychoanalysis of the captain. Break him out of his coma.
It's empty. For an old sea ca- Well, stop.
Everyone is suspicious? No, no, no. If a game taught us that, it would be the Elk Moon Murders, Dead Press, and Officer Night Sky, who literally said whenever we interviewed any potential suspect, oh yeah, it's definitely them. After
Captain
each
Boylan
and every
keeps a
one.
tidy house. For an
Yeah, I don't know what it wants. And I just want to leave or burn the house down.
These shell nautical atlases.
It's done a very poor job of indicating
The label says
what it supposedly wants us to
a
do.
bus.
It's done a poor job of having interactable zones here that say, no, this is nothing, and then suddenly we're supposed to know that we want the item that was in the interactable zone that before said it had nothing in it.
Captain
This has been a very weak section.
This crate's been empty. Probably. No rum. Enough rum. An old
Though I do
man
like the
looks
character.
awfully-
I do like the character. Aside from that it seems stupid that a sea captain would retire to the middle of the desert unless he was having nightmares about the whale getting him, which doesn't seem to be the case, and so he was hiding from the whale in the middle of the desert.
Nice to be. Wonder if I could. Functional. The plaque, there's a little. A ship. It doesn't do much for me. This is the one.
It also seems weird that we've never used the water closet room.
It's empty. A must. Can't see.
Yeah, that's everything back in here re-interacted with. I did this. I did all those. I haven't done the gong
The
again.
dinner go.
But the gong does nothing.
The captain. No mirror. The storm is. Looks like a.
I don't know what you want, game.
I must admit.
Nice.
Is everything? Keep in mind, we'll likely only get one chance at this.
Oh no, I didn't have to talk to him to trigger the dress-up sequence. I had to talk to her, even though he's the one that I had to give everything to.
I think so. I've found everything I can.
Excellent. Let's gather everything together and get started. I'll begin. Then we can each say who we are. Captain Boylan, hear the voices of your former crew.
Me crew?
Go ahead, Harley. You start.
First Mate Michael Vanelli reporting for duty, Captain Boylan.
We're going to undermine our fake thing by referring people
Captain Boylan,
with their true names.
Karenga Payo, your navigator. Payo! You're alive?
Captain Boylan, it's me, George O'Malley. Supper is almost ready.
Ah, yes, I can smell it. Delicious.
Captain Boylan, I am Jalal Fisher, harpooner.
Of course, Fisher! I knew ye'd made it.
And I am Dr. Jonas Francois.
Doc!
Doesn't she sound very masculine?
Doc, how I've needed ye. Me crew? Can it be?
Yes, Captain. We've come to speak with you.
But you're not some devils? Sent to trick me?
We are not, I assure you.
No,
Prove
but
it,
you're
then.
some trick
Benelli,
sent to bedevil
if it's
me.
truly yourself, tell me the name of the ship we served on before the Derwent.
The Karuna.
How could I forget the Corona?
Aye, an unforgettable ship she was. Ah, Michael, I don't know how it be possible, but it's good you're back. Pio!
Aye, Captain.
Remind me of the course correction ye made this morning.
We're sailing around Hastrom's Skerry.
Going around Hostrom Scary.
That's right. I remember now. Fine work, Pio. That'll surely save us some time. Fisher, have ye your harpoon at the ready?
Aye, sir.
And your aim will be true?
Yes, my wife's handkerchief is attached to the handle.
I have my wife's lucky kerchief tied to the handle.
Ah, good. Then our hunt is sure
They'd make
to
you start
succeed.
this quiz over again,
O'Malley?
Press.
Sir?
You'd be like, I don't believe you. I'm going back into my coma.
But
Blah!
remind me what it is you're making.
Sea biscuits.
Oh, why, your favorite, of course. Sea biscuits.
As I suspected, I can hardly wait for a taste.
Captain, I recommend you take it easy.
Why is that, Dr. Francois?
You have a heart issue.
I don't want you to put any stress on your heart. Have you been taking your nitroglycerin tablets?
I have. I think I have. I can't believe what I'm seeing and hearing, but y'all are really here. But how can this be? I saw ye all dragged under. I can't make sense of this.
Perhaps you still can. Tell us what you remember.
Aye, 20 years ago, the Derwent left El Presidio on the hunt for whales. We'd been out for months, with almost naught to show for it. A wretched haul and wretched pay. Benelli came to me, saying the crew was getting agitated, yearning for home. Forgive me, Benelli. I ought to have listened to you. After the third time you tried to speak sense, I tossed you in the brig for insubordination. One more, I said. We'll not turn for home before we bring in one more whale. Pio and Fisher, at least, were keen. I saw the signs, but didn't want to believe them. Didn't want to turn back. But there was a devil of a storm brewing, and he brought us down. Poor Benelli, locked in the brig, to drown like a rat. And the rest of ye didn't stand a chance once the ship turned over. Brave, brave Fisher. You saved me life, when it ought to have been me what went down with the Derwent. Ah, lads, that night's been eating away at me for 20 years. How I wish I could go back. How I wish I could make things right.
You should feel guilty. You were a terrible captain.
You're right to feel guilty. You should have gone down with the ship.
What are you doing?
Telling the truth. Your crew is dead because you refused to listen. You let your greed take over. What sort of captain does that make you?
A terrible one, I know it.
No, it's not true. Bad things happen. Most of them we can't control. You made a mistake, and it cost the lives of your friends.
Don't listen to them.
That doesn't make you
You
a
were
bad
terrible.
person. You were given a second chance. The important thing is to use it.
But how?
You already are. Not everyone would take in 5 strangers seeking shelter without question.
It won't ever stop hurting. But you can take the pain and turn it into something good.
I suppose you're right. I swear I
Boo!
do right
Fake
by all.
choice. You can't tell him he was terrible.
Give me a moment
Boo!
of peace. I hope to God you've found it as well. Oh, I am weary.
Think it worked?
I hope so. Come, we should get some sleep. And let's refrain from mentioning this to the captain in the morning.
Appreciate your hospitality, Captain.
Think nothing of it. I hope you all slept well.
Very much so.
No, we were
And
too
yourself?
busy making
Best
dress
sleep I've had in years.
I'm glad to hear it.
Ye said you were headed to El Presidio?
That's right.
Then I wonder if I might trouble ye for a small favour. I've a letter needs delivering. Could I entrust it to ye?
Of course.
My thanks. I'd also like to leave ye with a couple of mementos for being so quick to volunteer and help out. Mr. Luo and Miss Redbird, please, take this bottle of Barbadian rum. Perhaps ye might split it between ye. Makes dull work go faster.
Oh, thanks. That's very kind.
And for you, Miss Leger, this tea caddy. I carved the inlay myself.
It's beautiful.
Best of luck on your journey. And if ye ever pass this way again, feel free to knock on me door.
Thanks, Captain, we will.
Okay, we get to go back
Our
to our
stay
car.
at Captain Boylan's farmhouse was anything but dull. I can't say for sure whether we truly helped him for good and all, but he seemed himself again when he saw us off this morning. I do believe
knew
he
what a
was
truly terrible
lonely
captain he
in his
was,
self-imposed exile,
with
and
a surety
grateful
that
for
he'd
even
never
the brief
known
company
before.
we offered. After traveling half the day, we've stopped for a brief rest, and Nadine has asked me to accompany her on an excursion into the desert. For what purpose, I shall soon learn.
More dinosaur bone hunting? We can only hope. That was the best bit of today's
Thank you for
episode.
accompanying me, Harley.
Not a problem. What are we doing, exactly?
Gathering firewood. There's probably plenty of petrified wood, but we should be able to find some useful scrub.
How come you asked me to come with you, anyway?
You would have preferred I ask someone else?
No, just curious.
I thought it would be nice to spend some time together. Get a moment to breathe. Big groups aren't my favorite.
Yes, I can see your point.
Over here looks promising.
It looks like there's a flask. Maybe it's just a flask-shaped rock?
Someone dropped their flask here.
No, it is a flask.
Whew, that is some strong-smelling stuff.
Anything else here? No, that was the only thing on this scene.
There, over by that flintstone. That branch is perfect. I'll let you do the honors.
There's still a little bit of liquid in here. This branch still has some leaves on it.
Yeah, it's too green to be good firewood.
Nadine thinks this will make good firewood.
I agree.
Surprisingly light. Suppose there's more around here?
Undoubtedly. It probably came from that tree over there. Let's split up. I'll check beyond the tree. You search the area to the south. Once you've gathered enough, we can meet back here and sort it.
Okay. Good luck, I guess.
And to you.
Nadine said this was flint.
Okay. Head south. That looks like a suitable log.
Looks like a good piece.
I agree. What's this?
A piece of torn cloth. Looks like it came from a shirt or a jacket. This will do nicely. Stuck under that rock, though. This branch isn't going...
Can we dig it out using our arrowhead?
That's not going...
Can we lift up the rock with our other stick?
That's not going...
Are there other things on this scene that I have missed? The ability to go right. Rope?
Somebody lost their satchel out here.
Oh no, it's a bag.
Not much in here except a rusty knife. But a rusty knife is better than no knife at all. A good piece of firewood.
Then take it.
I think this one will do. Damn it!
A doggo?
Fast little son of a gun.
The doggo didn't want us taking his stick. No take, only throw. What about the rocks?
A bunch of rocks. Desert's full of them.
Do we throw rocks to distract doggo?
A bunch of rocks.
Here, doggo. Chase rock. Well, it worked.
Test.
I meant throw the rock for the coyote, not at the coyote, but If it works, it works.
This brand.
Can we cut this free or lever the rock up with
Come on.
the knife?
Got it.
Yes.
Right. That should be enough. Now to find Nadine.
It sounds like you went to some lengths to gather that wood.
All
wasn't
things
so
considered,
bad.
it could have been worse. I hope we got enough.
I think so. Your efforts haven't gone unrewarded. You said a coyote ran off with one of the branches?
Yeah, sneaky little thing. Had to hit him with a rock to get him away.
Oh, was it badly hurt?
Don't think so. I didn't throw it that hard.
I see. You know, Vespuccian natives tell many stories about Coyote the Trickster. He's never quite either good or bad, but he's always getting into scrapes and causing trouble. Would you like to hear one?
Sure,
Please.
why not?
I'd like that.
Okay, but first,
What are you doing?
you'll see.
He's gonna use it to draw?
Now then,
No, she's going to carve.
Coyote went to visit Kingfisher because he was out of food. Brother, what have you got to eat? I'm very hungry. Kingfisher didn't like this rude way of talking, but he flew to the top of his lodge, then flew to the river and down through a hole in the ice. He came back up with many fish. The two ate until their bellies were full, and Coyote went home. The next day, Coyote climbed up onto the roof of his lodge. "What are you doing up there?" asked his wife. "Why, you know I've done this before. I'm getting food for our supper." Coyote jumped off the roof, down to the river, but he missed the hole and broke his neck and was killed.
Oh no!
Kingfisher, who had been nearby, walked over to where Coyote was. He jumped into the river and emerged with many fish. Then he jumped over Coyote 4 times, and Coyote came back to life. "This is my way, not your way," said Kingfisher. "I do not imitate others like you do." He handed Coyote the fish before leaving. Coyote went back to his wife and showed her the fish. "Look at these big fish. I caught them the way
Nope,
Kingfisher
he's
does.
lying.
Kingfisher is afraid of my power. He told me not to do this again. He knows my medicine is strong." Coyote's wife cooked the fish.
What a jerk Coyote
Oh,
is.
shit. You'd think he'd learn his lesson.
Ah, but that's just it. Deception and trickery are Coyote's way.
Is that
Did
an
you learn
item
that from the
fail?
Otham?
No. There was some storytelling around the fire, bits of gossip I picked up, that sort of thing. But their most sacred myths are private. Not for outsiders. Not for me.
So where did you hear the story?
Actually, I read it in a book. Myths and Legends of the Native Vespuccians. Dr. Sedgwick bought it from a traveling bookseller. I think he was of 2 minds about giving it to me. On the one hand, I know he considered it frivolous heathen claptrap. But on the other hand, he thought it might be meaningful to me, having something connected to my origins. He was right. I cherished that book. Devoured it. It was written by a white man who was supposed to have traveled all around the country collecting native folk tales. Sometimes I wonder if he ever left the publishing office in Bright Bay. Maybe he just made them all up. I preferred to believe that there was something authentic about them, though.
I bet he made it up right as a lazy.
I
There's
imagine
probably
the
some
writer did a
truth.
fair bit of massaging to make the stories palatable to the book-buying public. Editors are finicky about what they'll publish. And who even knows if the people he got the stories from were just telling him what he wanted to hear. But somewhere in there is the seed of the original stories and the truths they have to tell. If putting them in a book helped them reach more
Yes,
people,
the
like
truth
you,
that we were right
then
to
that's a
throw
good
the
thing,
rock at the coyote
right?
because
Yes,
he's evil.
I suppose so.
A
Here,
lying
for you.
bastard.
Oh, this is really well done. Thank you.
Shall we head back now?
Sure. Let's go.
Right, we're trying to get to that city in the very top left. We play cards? We've talked to everyone
How
all the
about
other
a few
times.
hands of poker, boys?
Sounds good to me. What do you
Is
think,
it a
Danny
card-playing
boy?
minigame?
I don't have anything to bet with.
We don't need to play for money. Only our honor at stake. What could be more valuable, huh?
Let's do it then.
Yes? There is a poker minigame? No, it just fades
Hell of
to
a
black.
game, boys.
Hey, Leger, I need a word.
Again?
Yes?
There's a stopped wagon up ahead. Traders from the look of it. I'll pull over. Go see if they've got anything worthwhile for sale.
Will do. Excuse me, ma'am?
Oh, hello there. Where did you come from?
The wagon just down the road there. I was coming to see if...
Hold up there, stranger.
Pa, what are you doing?
State your business. We do not want trouble.
Easy there. Trouble's the last thing I'm looking for.
Then what are you looking for?
I've been sent to inquire if you were traders. Thought we might do business.
Ah, well, there you are then. You can put the gun down, Pa. She's clearly not a highway woman.
No? You know how sneaky they are, Ma. And this road is infested with them.
You've had some trouble with bandits, then?
Not personally, thanks be to God. But we know the terrible tales.
And we take such warnings seriously. Very seriously.
Pa, please. If she did have any wicked intent, I'm sure she's given it up now that she sees how well protected we are. Please put the gun away. And let's talk like civilized Christian folk.
Very well. I swear.
Such a reluctant
if
yes.
You attempt anything.
She'll regret it sorely, I'm sure. There now. Well, you asked if we were traders, and indeed we are. We're bound for Rosewater to sell our stock. We were about to make camp for the evening, but we'd be glad to show you what we have, provided you can pay or trade.
We were just
Rosewater,
coming from
you
there.
say? We've just come from there ourselves.
Is that right? We've made the trek many times. It is never dull.
It's been eventful for us as well.
Oh, I'd enjoy hearing about your journey. How about your folk camp with us tonight? Make an evening of it. A chance to trade stories as well as wares.
Now, Ma, is that a good idea? Ria has been fussy all day.
It will be fine. She loves meeting new people.
We do not have extra food, so we cannot feed you.
That's all right. We have some. We can pool what we've got.
Very good. A potluck.
Great. I'll let my companions know to prepare for company. By the way, my name's Harley Leger.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance. We are the Fortine family. I'm Sarah Little Owl, and my husband is Carl. We've also got 3 children in the wagon. Beth, Bram, and baby Ria. You'll meet them later this evening.
I look forward to it.
She had triplets?
What a nice evening.
Doggo!
I'm so glad we did this. Seems Gegi's taken a shine to Miss Johnson.
She's a fine dog. With a little training, she'd be a fine trail companion.
Oh, I don't think we'll bother with all that.
Fair enough. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to the other fire.
Take Gegi along if you want.
All right. Come on, girl.
Hey, Mrs. Fortine?
Yes, Miss Leger.
Have you had your dog long?
Only a few days. We adopted Gegi from a traveling carnival we passed some miles back. Pa wasn't too enthusiastic about it. But I thought it would do the children good to have a companion. Although I have noticed that Bram starts to sneeze something awful when she's around. I hope he gets over it.
Are you from Western Vespuccia originally?
No, I'm Cheyenne. We come from the southern part of the province you call Rotterdam. Your friend, Miss Redbird. Who are her people?
I asked, but she doesn't know herself. We met her at an Otham village, where she was staying as a guest.
I see. Well, send her my way when she has a moment. I'd love a chat.
I'm curious to know how you and your husband met.
We both worked for the Gold River Trading Company. I'd already been at the lodge for a few years with my brothers when he first came through. We courted for a while, and eventually decided to elope.
Love at first sight, huh?
It took a while to get to know him, but I could see he was different from the other trappers. Brutes and wild men, but not Carl. After we were married, we both left the company and came west to work independently.
How did you come up with the name Geggy?
Oh, that was Ria's doing. Geggy is her way of saying doggy. We all thought it was adorable, and the name stuck.
No, baby can't say doggy correctly.
So, what's the trapper's life like?
It can be rough, but I like the freedom. We can go where we want, when we want, without any boss telling us otherwise.
It's not too dangerous for a young family?
The children are born to it. They can hunt and trap with their eyes closed. Besides, we don't go after anything dangerous. Mainly deer, elk, and beavers.
Deer and elk can be plenty dangerous.
You folks been to Rosewater often?
Several times, yes. We usually spend the winter there. Ever since they extended the rail line, we can go there and sell to traders who ship our pelts back east. Actually, Ria was born in Rosewater.
You don't say. Your children seem very capable. How old are they?
Beth is 14, Bram is 9, and Ria is 18 months.
Okay, they are not triplets. They are very widely spaced babies. 18-year gap between the oldest and the youngest.
That was a good meal. Having a good evening, Mrs. Fortine?
I am, Miss Legere. I'm so glad we did this.
Anything else here? Nope. Only the wagon.
I much prefer our means of transportation.
Yeah, nothing wrong with an ox cart.
Harley, come, join us.
No!
We
Bad dog!
pat
Bram,
Doggo?
take this mutt back to the wagon. She has caused enough trouble for one night.
No, don't take Doggo.
She's just a pup. You can't expect her to be a perfect angel without being trained to it.
Trained? I would like to know how we will find the time for that. Honestly, I do not know what Sarah was thinking taking her in.
Here, Mr. Fortine, have some rum. I think it will do you some good.
I probably shouldn't, but why not?
How about that song you were gonna play us, Phil?
Ah, yes. This is a tune I have always enjoyed.
No, I want to get the Doggo. And the Doggo isn't actually here. Boo! Okay, let's do what we promised and ask Nadine to go speak to
Good evening, Harley.
trading
Hi,
lady.
Nadine. And who's this?
This is the Fortine's eldest daughter, Beth, and their youngest, Ria.
Good to meet you, Beth. I'm Harley.
How do you do?
That dog of yours is real cute.
Oh, do you think so? I'm not fond of dogs, but Ma got him mostly to keep Bram entertained, I think. I worry when she gets too excited around the baby, though.
Sweet baby. Quiet.
Yes, Ria's very good-tempered. Not like Bram at that age. Whew! He was a little terror.
Mrs. Fortine told me to send you her way, Nadine. I think she wants to talk to you.
Oh, all right. Thanks for letting me know.
So, what have you two been chatting about?
Beth was just recounting her family's journey from the mountains.
Hasn't been too eventful. Most interesting thing we've seen is a traveling carnival. Of course, we didn't get to see much of it on account of Pa. He kept saying there were a bunch of hucksters and thieves looking to steal our money.
I'll just leave you both to it.
Excuse me, but it's getting late. I should put Ria to bed.
Very well. It was nice talking to you, Beth.
And you. Good night.
What a dutiful big sister.
Not now, Harley. I'm listening to the music.
Sorry, think we...
Okay, we're meant to listen to him play.
He's in the
so
middle of playing.
Talk to him, question mark?
Mr. Fortine?
Apparently not.
Just wanted to tell you, your family's lovely.
Oh, that is very kind of you, Miss Leger. I am blessed to have such a loving wife and children. Quite fortunate. Ironic, really.
How do you mean?
Most folk mispronounce my surname as
That's
Fortune.
what I thought when I read
If they
it.
see it written down. There's supposed to be power in names, right? Maybe even wrong ones.
How did you come to meet Mrs. Fortine?
Oh, well, I was working at the Gold River Trading Company, and she came in to work at the lodge with her brothers. The other trappers treated her and her kin like the dirt they walked on, but eventually I convinced her I was different. Decided we should elope a short while after we began courting. The fools I worked with did not look too favorably upon me marrying a native girl. So I said to hell with them. We left town and moved out here to make it on our own. Been doing fine ever since.
You seem better off for it, so well done.
Pardon my frankness, but I get the impression you don't much care for your dog.
It's not that I don't care for her. I do not believe we can care for her. We've already got 5 mouths to feed. One more won't help. Ma didn't even consult me before taking her. Says she got her for the children, but they should worry about taking care of each other, not some poor animal.
What's the trapper's life like?
It can be a lonely life. Lots of trappers live and work alone, and hardly ever see another living soul. I think it drives them a little crazy, like they forget how to be human. That is why I thank God every day for my family. They saved me from that.
Mrs. Fortine mentioned you were headed to Rosewater?
That's right. It's where we do most of our business. Be nice to see old Sheriff Campbell again. He's good people.
I don't know, he didn't do anything useful for us.
I'd like to know more about your children.
Those apples did not fall too far from the tree, thank the Lord. Bram's a great shot, and Beth's as good a trapper as me. Maybe better. I just hope that does not cause trouble when the time comes to find her a husband.
Okay, no more talking. What about you?
Hey, Miss Johnson?
What do you need?
I noticed you and the dog were getting on well.
She's sweet. This family don't appreciate what they've got. Not everybody's cut out for taking care of others.
Phil's not bad, is he?
I've certainly heard worse. Think I'll be retiring soon. Early start tomorrow.
I guess if anyone needs to rest up, it's you. All the rest of us have to do is loll around in the wagon all day.
Exactly. I'm glad you see that.
Sorry, think...
He's in the middle.
Not...
Okay, looks like we're done.
Mr. Fort...
Yeah.
If Geggy's a burden to you, we could take her
We're
off
gonna
your hands.
steal their dog?
Do that?
Sure.
No, I couldn't. Ma would raise Cain, and the children would hate me if I gave away their dog.
Your daughter told me she's not fond of dogs.
That's right. I wish she had told me, or her mother for that matter. Tell you what, I'll go discuss it with Ma. We will let you know what we decide.
On the one hand, I don't like tricking them out of their dog. On the other hand, if it gets us a dog...
He's in the middle of... The tent I'm sharing with Nadine. It's more spacious than it looks. Jake and Danny's tent. I had my doubts about that contraption, but it's really come through so far.
And there's nothing else to do here unless it's the fire.
Kind of hypnotic.
Miss Leger, come over here. Ma and I have discussed your proposal.
It pains me to admit it, but I may have been somewhat hasty in adopting that pup. Now, you're certain you can provide her a good home?
I think so, yes.
Then it is settled. We'll let you have her for 2 crowns.
Sold!
Here you are.
Thanks very much.
Could have all
Ma,
my money for the
bring
doggo.
the dog out here.
A steal at 10 times
Say
the
goodbye
amount.
to Geggy Bram. She'll be going with these people now, and you won't be sneezing anymore.
Congratulations, Miss Leger. You've got yourself a dog.
Who's a good girl? Okay, go play over there now.
We should probably call it a night, don't you think, Paul?
Yes, we have a
That
long
does not
ride
bode
ahead of
well
us.
for treating our
It was
dog
lovely
well.
meeting you and your friends, Miss Leger.
Likewise. Best of luck on your travels.
And to you as well. Good night.
Bravo, Phil.
Gracias. Let us keep the evening going, shall we?
Pat doggo! Yes!
Who's a good pup?
You two make a fine pair.
I'm glad you managed to convince those folks to give her up. They seem nice enough, but I don't think they were right for her. For one thing, what kind of a name is Geggy?
I take it you're calling her something else?
Yep, her name's Lisa Lou now.
I don't think that's better than Geggy.
Good
sure.
choice. She looks like a Lisa Lou.
I'm glad you think so.
Hey Nadine, how's it going?
That was very kind of you. Adopting the dog? Miss Johnson certainly seems to have taken a shine. I don't think I've seen her smile before this evening. She almost looks like a different person.
Hey Danny, how's your evening been?
I really enjoyed meeting the Fortines. It's nice to see a family that's so close. All that time on the road and in the mountains, with only each other to rely on. It can be easy, but they clearly make it work. I think maybe I'll ride my parents next chance I get.
What'd you think of our dinner guests?
Mr. Fortine seems a hard-working man. Nothing but respect for that. Of course, that ain't the only thing I respect him for. If I could catch a woman like he did, hoo-wee, I'd die a happy man. Mrs. Fortine's a lovely lady. A damn fine, beautiful, lovely lady. Them two make a real nice couple, and the kids seem like good eggs. Hell, even old Ramblin' Jake could think of settling down and starting a family with a gal like that.
I thought it was Gentleman Jake.
Well, now, not always. Real glad we met him. Real glad.
Got any more songs for us, Phil?
In fact, I do. I always found this one rather beautiful. Dime que me haré, dime que me haré, sin tu amor, flor silvestre. Si los días no me pertenecen, desde que crucé tu jardín, si tu aroma mi alma carece, pierdo el deseo de vivir. Y cuando volveré, a en mis brazos tenerte. Si estando libre tú eres feliz, cuando nadie tu paso detiene, la distancia no se compadece de estos ojos que sufren por ti.
My Spanish isn't good enough to sing along, Salah.
Y vivo la ilusión de que un día regreses. Entre abrazos y caricias confieses que no hay vida sin mí. Y dime que me haré sin tu amor, flor silvestre. Si los días no me pertenecen, desde que crucé tu jardín, si tu aroma mi alma carece, pierdo el deseo de vivir.
Lovely. Duolingo lessons when? I don't want to disrupt the flow of my stuff
Goodness,
the way that you allow.
Was certainly.
I do them on my own time.
Are you crying?
Of course not. Just got a cinder in my eye.
You don't have to be embarrassed.
Hey, you don't need to be shy about it. Nothing wrong with showing your feelings.
You're right. Damn fine song, Phil. Thanks for sharing it with us.
My pleasure.
I'm feeling a mite queasy, so if you folks don't mind.
Time for me to call it a night.
Good night, Harley.
Buenas noches.
Sleep well.
Night, Legere.
So we progress another couple of little tracks closer to our destination. This game must be so long. And I think there also makes a very sensible point to cut. After much pain in the sea captain's house in the middle of the desert, we had a much more enjoyable get a dog segment. What will become of our pet doggo? Find out next time on Rosewater. Alright. I need a quick break, refill my empty drink. Be back in a minute or two, and we should continue. Yeah, I'll at least let the background music play. Drink got. Vest acquired because it's cold and raining. How cold is it? A positively freezing 16 degrees. All right. let's get back to it. Hello and welcome back to the Bobble Plays Rosewater. We had an unfortunate and unpleasant time with Sea Captain Dress Up, but we got ourselves a dog afterwards, so we're calling last episode a net win, as well as a guitar. We will find out what is next on our journey.
Hey, Miss Johnson.
What is it?
How's our newest traveling companion?
Lisa Lou's doing just fine. Likes the wind on her face.
Doggo's got their equivalent of their head out the window as the car's driving along.
That Trapper family was nice, wouldn't you say?
Sure. Didn't rob or kill us. Suppose that does pass for nice out here.
I'll let you get back to driving.
Good.
Okay, cards, what about books? Books are one of the things that we haven't done to pass time.
I don't think I've read most of these. Scooch over a touch, would you, Phil?
The wagon is slowing down again.
See anything out there,
what's
Danny?
our next adventure?
Yeah, this is a small building.
Let's go take a look.
Oh, thank God you're here. I was starting to think no one would ever turn up.
What's the matter?
The post office has been overrun.
Let me guess. Rats?
Rats. Rats would be welcome friends compared to the evil in there.
Ghosts?
What evil?
The deceiver. The father of lies.
The devil?
You're saying the devil is in your post office?
Yes, just like in that story. He lives in there.
Wonderful. Another maniac. Frontier's lousy with them.
Then again, maybe not.
Wait, what are you doing?
Scooby?
Don't go in there. He'll devour your soul.
Excuse me?
Just stay away from there, please.
We're not allowed
Don't
in?
go in there.
Excuse me?
Just stay.
Wanted, Gina Fuller, the demon. Wonder if Mr. Postman isn't just susceptible to the power of suggestion. What's this jug for?
It's my supply of drinking water.
Phil?
Harley?
What do you think, Phil? Is that the devil in there?
If it is, I am not going to be the one to find out.
Hey, Danny?
Yes, Holly.
Any thoughts on what could be inside the post office?
Whatever it is, it sounds scary. I don't think it's the devil, though.
Nadine?
Yes?
What's your take on all this?
I'm not sure, really. Obviously, it's nothing supernatural. I believe the explanation will be far more mundane.
Hey, Jake?
Yeah?
Do you believe this fellow? About it being the devil in there?
I don't doubt he believes it, but I also think the poor fella's got a wild imagination.
Hey, Miss Johnson?
What do you need?
What do you think's in the office?
Not the devil, that's for sure.
Mr. Postman?
Yes? What is it?
I want to be a postman too.
Aren't we pretty far from civilization? Why have a post office here?
Oh, not at all. We're just outside the delivery area for Shivering Pines. 10 homesteads within a 2-mile radius. Anyhow, it mostly serves as a transfer and rest station for carriers like me. But next time they ask me to take this route, I'll tell them to go to hell. 'Cause that's where they sent me.
I'd like you to tell me exactly what led up to your current predicament, and give me every detail.
Very well. I arrived last night with a load of mail from Bly. up north. Passed the night here and spent the morning sorting and tidying, getting ready to continue on to the next station in Wolf Spring. About midday, I stepped outside to ready my horse. Then I heard the most awful noises coming from inside. Sheila heard them too, and bolted off like a shot. Saving her own skin, I can hardly blame her. When I looked in, I beheld a most dreadful scene. Blood everywhere. Sounds of snarling and crunching bones, and his horrid shadow on the wall. Huge and horned. I ran out here to pray for help, and ain't moved since.
What makes you think it's the devil and not something else?
What else could it possibly be?
I can think of a few possibilities.
Go and have a look for yourself, then. You'll not doubt once you
Sounds like
see
a
it
cat
with your
to
own
me,
eyes.
but
What was that you said before about a story? That this was just like in some story?
Of course. You must know the famous short story by H.W. Montesquieu. The devil lives in the post office. A most chilling tale. Of course, I used to think it was just one of Mr. Montesquieu's celebrated flights of imagination. But now, I suspect he must have known something the rest of us didn't.
Big fan of horror fiction, are you?
Well, you know, no more than anyone else, I suppose. Just something to while away the long hours on the road.
Isn't life horrific enough all on its own without thinking up new, imaginary ways for things to be awful?
Ah, but the devil is very real, miss. He'd only like you to think otherwise.
Keep calm. I'm going to try and take care of this.
God be with you.
okay, now will he let us in? Yes.
What in the ether?
It's totally a cat.
This devil lives in every post office. Glad it's not my job to organize those. What in the ether? This lantern seems to be what's casting that shadow. What in the...
I'm unclear what you want me to do, game. Close the window?
This has got to be
Follow the blood trail?
gruesome. I hope that's not human blood.
Yeah, it's clearly
Whoa,
a cat.
That's close enough. What in the... Glad it's not my...
And we can't... Oh no, we can access our inventory. Can we throw a rock at it?
That's not going to help.
Can we throw our Omastar fossil at it?
That's not...
Can we just say it's a cat?
Phil?
Harley?
Hey,
Yes, Harley.
would you happen to have anything on
He
you
has
that could
guns.
help the situation?
Just my pistols. They could be of use once you figure out what's in there, I guess.
It's a cat.
Nadine?
Yes?
Don't suppose you've got anything that might help?
Help with what precisely?
Good point. I should find out more about what we're up against.
It's a cat.
Hey, Jake?
Yeah?
Got anything on you that might help the situation?
Aside from my gun, you mean? Well, I got my pocket mirror, but I don't see how that can help.
I'll take that mirror for a spell if you don't mind.
Okay. Curious to see what you do with it.
I use it to look over the top of the... Yeah.
How about that? Seems our devil is just a hungry wildcat. Got some good news for you.
Oh?
It's not the devil in there, it's a wildcat.
I knew it!
Jumped in through the window, looks like. Right now, he's having a fine time feasting on a fresh rabbit.
Oh. Are you certain? The devil takes many forms.
I'd stake my life on it.
So what do we do about it?
I'm open to suggestions.
Easiest thing to do would be to scare it off. I could fire a warning shot. That ought to spook it.
I'm not sure. It seems dangerous. I don't think I could lasso it safely.
I do have some firecrackers the trapper's son gave me. I could scare it off with those.
The poor creature's probably frightened to death.
It sure didn't seem that way.
Animals often act vicious to mask their fear.
Not that different to humans.
True enough.
Can we scare it off with our doggo?
Hey, Miss Johnson?
What do you need?
Any tips for dealing with wildcats?
Yes. Stay away from them.
We can't just leave this one in there.
Why not? It'll wander off on its own eventually.
She's
Come on,
more
help
and
me
more
out, would you?
sensible.
Like I said before, keep your distance. Avoid direct confrontation. Best bet is to scare it off.
Alright, let's go with the firecrackers.
Phil?
Harley?
Let's see if you can spook that cat with some of your razzle-dazzle.
It would be my pleasure. Anda! Success! The beast jumped out the window.
What about that other noise? Damn it! The wildcat must have knocked over that oil lamp when it took off out of here.
Santa Maria! This is not good. We need to do something, and fast.
Outside, big jug of water.
Someone give me a hand with this? That was a close one.
Yes, a bit too close.
What? What happened?
The inside of the office got a little singed, but we managed to put out the fire.
Oh, thank the Lord.
Funny, didn't see him in there with the bucket. Guess we should head back.
God bless you, folks.
Okay, the case of the cursed kitty is solved. We continue on our way.
Phil's music has livened up the journey some. Jake's luggage. I could put everything I own in that suitcase and it would hardly cover the bottom. Hey, Danny, let's talk.
Sure.
How about that trapper family, huh?
It's nice to see good people like that out here in the wilderness. Pretty easy to get jaded and expect nothing but bandits and mountebanks, you know?
Hey, Jake.
Yeah, Harley?
It was nice to spend time with that trapper family.
With who? Oh, right, the Fentons.
I believe they were the Fortines.
Right.
How about another story?
Sure. Here's one about the time I lassoed a rabid coyote. And that's how I ended up with this scar.
Huh. There's a lady running toward the road. The heck is she doing?
Madre de Dios!
I'd better see what's going on. What is it? Bandits? Highwaymen?
Worse. Performers.
Good day to you, travelers.
What's so good about it then? And what are you thinking, running out in front of the wagon like that?
I apologize for the theatrics. I fear it's in my nature.
She really just ran out in the road?
Like a deer. She's lucky I keep the brakes in good condition.
Are you looking to get hit or something?
No, of course not. I suppose I'm, well, desperate.
That much is clear. You running away or something?
Heavens no, I could never do that. I'm the impresario of this theater troupe. Name's Kate Hatomi. Our show opens next week, and I'd be fibbing if I said it was going well.
So you've decided leaping in front of wagons will put an end to your problems?
Nothing of the sort, as I said. All I ask is an hour of your time.
Absolutely
We've been rehearsing
not.
this play for so long.
No.
We're all too close to the material. We need fresh eyes and unbiased opinions. If you could but watch our rehearsal and share your honest, unvarnished impressions, you would be doing us a good turn. The performance will be gratis, of course.
No, there's no. There's only, yes, how much will you pay us? And
Lucky for you, we've got Gentleman Jake on board. He's an expert showman.
The Gentleman Jake? Why, it would be an honor to play for him.
What do you think, Miss Johnson?
I think it sounds like an excellent chance to get a few winks. I'll park just over there. Y'all have fun.
no. Save us from the circus people.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself and all the Queen's Mid-Atlantic players, welcome! This is a peek behind the curtain, if you will, at a work in progress. I thank you most humbly for your indulgence and warmly invite you to share your impressions following the rehearsal. And now, please enjoy the show. Once upon a time, in a faraway land, there lived a beautiful and charming princess.
Oh, I love my land. The people are kind, the water fresh, and the days are sunny and bright.
The princess was loved and admired by everyone in the land, except one. An evil wizard coveted the kingdom and kidnapped the princess, intending to marry her and gain the throne.
I am moustache-twirlingly evil.
He summoned a terrifying dragon to guard her. However, all was not lost. For a young hero rose to the challenge.
I shall battle the dragon and save the princess. That is, if my dear mother lets me. I said, if my mother lets me, of course.
Faye, that's your cue. Faye? Where the hell is Faye?
I don't know. Last I saw her, she was in her tent.
Oh, for crying out loud! I'm sorry, folks. I don't know what I was thinking. It's clear we won't be getting anywhere with this rehearsal. You can change out of your costume now, Dwayne. We're done here. Martina? Quentin? Same goes for you.
But I spent hours on my makeup.
And I spent months on this show!
Hey,
look where that's
Pizza Nut.
gotten us! Everything I do to keep all this together.
Welcome,
and
Pizza.
you
Welcome,
lot
Raiders.
can't even turn up on stage now and then to hit a mark and say a few lines. Off with you, I need to think.
Please say we don't have to find out where
I
the
really
girl's gone
must
missing.
apologize for wasting your time. I knew the show needed some work. I didn't realize it wasn't fit to perform.
We need to get going. Good luck. Yes.
Yeah, well, good luck to you. Come on, we need to keep going.
Harley, I can't believe what I'm hearing.
No!
Pay no mind to Miss Legere.
No!
We'd be glad to help
let
you make
me
some
leave.
improvements.
Are you sure? Much as it pains me, I can't honestly
See
say
you,
we aren't in
Pizza.
need of help.
Certainly.
Well, I'm curious to hear your suggestions. But right now, we need to find out what's wrong with Faye. Your doctor friend went to examine her, but I think she's just having one of her tantrums. You know how actors can be. Or perhaps you don't. In which case, consider yourself lucky. I'm going back to the stage. Come see me if you have any ideas.
My idea is to leave.
Volunteering us to help, are you?
We showmen have a code. Never leave a fellow performer in a tight spot. It'd weigh heavy on my conscience if we didn't extend a helping hand.
So, any ideas?
Perhaps. Excuse me. I'm going to have another look at the stage.
Danny and I are gonna go talk to the two fellers playing the wizard and hero. I think you should help Miss Redbird see to that Fey woman. Anyhow, we'll see if we can't get this show in halfway decent shape. Come on, Danny boy.
Okay.
Oh, another visitor. Who are you?
Harley Legere. And you are?
Faye Davies. I don't expect it's a name you've heard. And as I was explaining to your friend here, not a name I expect you'll hear very much in the future.
Mrs. Davies, I would advise moderation in regards to that brandy.
Dear girl, I understand you like to dabble in medical matters, but let me assure you that this is the only medicine that works for
Instantly
me.
dislikable.
A few books and a collection of wax cylinders in that box. A few books. A poster for some show I've never heard of called The Dissembling Mechanism. Apparently it opened on New Year's Day. Hey, Nadine.
Hello, Harley.
Did you examine Mrs. Davies?
I did.
And what's your medical opinion?
I couldn't find anything wrong with her physically. At least nothing that an excess of brandy wouldn't explain. But she's in no state of mind to be performing.
I don't believe one needs to be a medical professional to draw that conclusion, my dear.
God, I dislike you.
What's your opinion of the show?
Yes, please tell us. Don't be shy. I'd like to hear what you think.
I didn't quite understand it, actually. Perhaps it would make more sense if we had seen the whole thing.
Dear girl, I truly doubt that would have made much of a difference.
I'll see you later.
That's all I was supposed to get? That actor lady is drunk?
Hello, Miss Martina, was it?
Yeah, Martina Holder. I am sorry we could not finish the show for you.
No worries. My companions and I are trying to help your director make it better.
Ah, good. We do need the help.
When did you join this troupe?
Oh, about 4 years ago. Then my English was not so good, so I did not get many parts with words, but I am getting more and more lines in the new shows.
I'd like to know about your castmates.
They are fine people, and I am lucky to know them. Mr. Ellis always has stories and jokes to make me laugh. He reminds me of a big bear. He's also a very fine actor, and he has performed on stages in great cities all over Europe. Dwayne is very nice, but he's also very shy. He does not speak much with me or any of the others. I have always thought it is funny that an actor is so shy, but when he is on stage, one would never know. And Mrs. Davies is like a mother to me. She cares for us very much and wants to make sure everyone is healthy and happy. Although she does nag a lot. My real mother did not nag so.
What did you used to do?
What were you doing before joining this troupe?
I was living in Bright Bay, working as an art model. One evening, the artist I modeled for took me to the theater to one of Miss Hatomi's shows. Afterward, he told me he was leaving to go to work for a new patron in Italy. He could no longer keep me.
So he took you out to lessen the blow?
Not exactly. It turned out he knew Miss Hatomi. He had painted some backdrops for her. He took me backstage after the show and asked her to let me audition. I was shaking. I cannot even remember what I said. I had never acted before, you see. But fortunately for me, Miss Hatomi decided to take me on. Otherwise, I would have been out on the street.
Goodbye, Miss Holder.
Lovely to be speaking with you.
Okay.
Phil?
Harley?
What was your opinion of the performance?
It was not to my taste. However, with some improvements, it could be entertaining.
All right, see you later. Miss Hatomi?
Yes?
When did you put this troupe together?
As it exists now? Oh, it's been about 5 years, I should say. That's when Quentin and I came over to Vespuccia.
What do you think would make the show better?
God, where do I begin? Faye's in a black mood. Quentin thinks his character lacks depth. Martina's unintelligible. And Dwayne's swordplay doesn't even rise to the level of farce. And naturally, theater's all about imagination. But with the quality of our set and props, I fear we are asking rather too much of our audience in that department. I'm this close to packing it all in.
Oh god, that's a huge talk tree.
What were you doing before starting this troupe?
I spent some time in London, then went traveling around Europe doing this and that. Until I met Quentin.
Have you performed yourself, or do you stay out of the spotlight?
Me? Oh no, I haven't been on stage since Paris. Quentin and I used to do a little magic show, if you can believe it.
No fooling?
It was a very long time ago. Not worth remembering, honestly.
I want to hear about your cast.
Oh, they all have their talents. They wouldn't be in my troupe otherwise. But I don't hold with talking about people behind their backs. Why don't you get to know them yourself?
What's got Faye in a bad mood?
God only knows. Quentin took the last of the stew at supper without asking. Or Martina washed the linens the wrong way. Or Storm brewing 100 miles off is making her hair curl. She gets like this from time to time, usually whenever it will cause the maximum inconvenience to the rest of us. I haven't got time to deal with her right now. Maybe you can get through to her?
What's got Faye in a bad mood?
God only Quentin, she gets usually
No.
What's wrong with Quentin's character?
Not a thing! Everyone loves to hate the evil wizard. He's a guaranteed crowd pleaser. But Quentin thinks the role lacks depth, that his talents as an actor, and they are considerable, are going to waste. And yes, perhaps he has a point, but for God's sake, this is not the Royal Arcadium! We performers have a saying. There are no small roles, only small-minded, puffed-up thespians who suppose that entertaining the common man is somehow beneath them. I love Quentin, really I do, but I've had it up to here with his carping and grousing. He doesn't listen to me, but you're welcome to try bringing him down to earth if you'd like.
What's the problem with Martina?
Weren't you listening? She doesn't so much say her lines as chew on them and cough them out. She's a sweet girl, and her physical performance is outstanding. The things she can do with just her eyes. I'm loath to cut her part or take away the few lines she already has, but unless she finds some way to magically rid herself of that blasted Teutonic accent, I may have to.
You don't think the swordplay is good enough?
Setting aside that our prop swords are as likely to crumble to bits or give the players paper cuts as they are to make it through a scene intact, it's just not very convincing or compelling. Dwayne either needs to get more adept at handling them, or we need to rethink the whole sword thing. Thank God this play doesn't feature a real sword-fighting duel, but it does need a big climax where the hero slays the dragon. How are we supposed to do that without a sword?
What can we do to make your set and props better?
The best thing we've got is the dragon head, but it's not exactly intimidating.
I actually liked the dragon
Your friend
head.
over there said he might have an idea to make it better. Honestly, at this point, I'm all ears.
Alright.
So long.
Take care.
Phil?
Harley?
Had any ideas to make the show better?
Yes, I believe so. This dragon head is amusing, but with some pyrotechnics, it could really impress a crowd.
You want to make it breathe fire?
Ah, indeed. Far more effective, wouldn't you agree?
Definitely. But how do you intend to pull it off?
I can rig it up quite easily, but I need a fuel source.
Like the accelerant I gave you for your detonator.
Precisely.
Okay.
All right.
Can we steal the bottle of rum and use that?
Unhand that brandy. I need it for my nerves.
Should smack you over the head with it. Okay, so that's clearly the answer to that. How we have to make her happy so that she lets us have that.
I'll leave her be for now.
I'm not allowed to talk to you and convince you to stop speaking so German.
Someone kept a copy of a local newspaper.
Travelling players perform Camelot in the Park before bemused onlookers. Picnickers, ramblers, and families intent on enjoying a leisurely afternoon in Las Virginias Pelican Park last Sunday were left befuddled by a nearly incoherent, plein-air rendition of the chivalric drama Camelot, staged there by impresario Miss Hatomi's itinerant theatre troupe, the Mid-Atlantic Players. The polyglot players, hailing from all over Vespuccia and the far reaches of the globe, gargled and fumbled through their lines in a stilted faux medieval para riddled with these and thous and forsooths, as they strove to bring King Arthur's court to life amidst the palms and fountains of West Lawn. Evidently in the habit of travelling light, the performers were obliged to make do with next to nothing in the way of sets, costumes, or props that would enliven the spectacle, or in any way further the illusion of a courtly medieval setting for the drama. As to drama, the plot was paper-thin, the stock tale of good overcoming evil, wholly lacking in subtlety and nuance, not to mention any trace of the courtliness and charm that might be expected of a romance from the days of yore. The legions of nappers, taking advantage of the mid-afternoon haze to doze off in the soft grass, evidently found little in the way of thrills during the proceedings to rouse them from their slumbers. Perhaps a more fitting description of the scene would have been the days of Bore. Ha 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 ha!
It's a poster for a musical show called Carondelet. It opened on June 2nd. Must be one of Miss Hitomi's previous shows. A poster for The Mystery at Delphi. Opened on November 6th. A traveling trunk. Looks like it's been quite a few places. All sorts of costumes, fake beards, and other theatrical accessories. All sorts of costumes.
Okay, there's a fake beard. So this is presumably for making an Abraham Lincoln. I don't know what these
All sorts
are.
of
And there's some boxing gloves,
a pair of leather boxing gloves.
which we're allowed to take.
These all sorts of
But I don't know why they would be useful.
No way I can force it open. If my eyes don't deceive me, that's a false compartment. Just need to figure out how to open it. All sorts of costumes, fake beards, and other theatrical
He has
accessories.
good reach. He was tall, wasn't he? So you'd think he should have good reach.
The actor's life doesn't seem to allow for much in the way of comfort. The desk is covered in papers. Lots of notes. What a mess. Most of these seem to be show notes. Here's a list of names. Othello, Carondelet, Dissembling, Delphi. Wonder what that means.
Okay, there doesn't seem to be much there.
Hey, Danny?
Yes, Holly.
You fellas talking about anything interesting?
Dwayne's showing me his stunt swordplay. He's supposed to battle the dragon at the end of the play. I've tried giving him a few pointers, but it's not going so great.
What did you think of the show?
Well, I'll put it this way. If one of Jake's shows went that way, I'd be looking for another job.
Talk to you later, Danny.
See you.
Ouch.
Hey there.
Oh, hello.
What are you doing with that sword?
Practicing for the show. I didn't get to do my big fight scene with the dragon.
That sword seems to be giving you some trouble.
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
having a
Uncle
tough
Stunning.
time getting the
Happy
hang of it.
Easter.
The balance on this thing is terrible, and I'm always afraid of breaking it. I never liked working with prop weapons. But as long as we're doing medieval romances, I guess I'm stuck with this sword.
How do you feel about boxing?
I'd be happier doing any kind of unarmed fighting style, really. But how am I supposed to box a dragon?
With style and panache, that's how. It's all about confidence. And I have a feeling you'd look much more confident without that sword.
You don't think the audience would be confused?
It's your job to make them believe it. They just want a good show.
I don't know. We've never done a boxing scene. I don't really know a lot about the form.
I used to do some boxing back in the day. Could show you some moves if you like.
Heck, sure. Why not? This whole sword thing clearly isn't working for me.
And so
But
the
I'd rather not do
heroes
it bare
slew the
knuckle.
dragon with their
Not really
boxing
into the whole
gloves.
suffering for my art thing.
Right. I'll see what I can come up with. How did you end up on board with this crew?
Oh, I met Miss Hitomi and Mr. Ellis back east when they passed through my town in Appalachia. Snuck out of the house to see the show. I went backstage after to ask if I could audition to join. Miss Hitomi said no. So, after they packed up for the night, I stowed away in the wagon. Rode halfway to La Roche before they found me. That was when my real audition happened. Mr. Ellis spoke up for me. He said, "Now, Katie, my dear, you would be a bloody fool to leave the lad behind after a performance like that."
How did you know you wanted to act?
I always liked listening to other people, hearing how they talked. Used to practice in front of a mirror and try to imitate them. Sometimes I'd dress up to get the look just right. Ma didn't like that much.
What do you think of your fellow troupe members?
Some days I hate them. Most days I love them. And any day, I would die for them. We're a strange little family, you know? Mr. Ellis and Miss Hitomi are a squabbling ma and pa. Dear boy, you must make more time for yourself. There are too few hours in the day as it is. Oh, leave the boy alone, Quentin. He can decide how to spend his time. And Miss Davies is our busybody aunt. Are you comfortable? Have you got everything you need? Is that costume too itchy?
So that would make Martina like your sister?
No, not quite.
Are you sweet on Martina?
With all due respect, that's none of your concern, ma'am.
Say, you're good at imitating other people.
Oh, thanks. It's always been kind of a specialty of mine. Used to get me in a lot of trouble back home, so I only do it for laughs nowadays.
What were you doing before joining this troupe?
Working on my parents' farm. It was a rough life. Wasn't much to my liking. No glamour, no surprise, no fun, no opportunity to meet anyone interesting. And my father was very strict. All he wanted was for me to marry our neighbor's daughter so I would inherit his land and grow our family's holdings. Eventually, I realized I would die if I stayed any longer. My soul would die anyway, so I left.
Thanks. You can get back to your training.
Thanks, ma'am.
No, you can't. He may not. Put on these boxing gloves and learn how to box.
I found some boxing gloves in Miss Hitomi's trunk, if you want to practice sparring.
Oh, sure. That'd be great.
Danny, how'd you like to help out?
Sure.
First, your stance is all wrong. Stagger your feet, 1 foot in front, weight evenly balanced, knees slightly bent. Good. Now, show me what you can do. Not bad. Not bad. Try not to let your elbow flare out, Dwayne. Protect the ribs. I think you boys are getting the hang of it. Keep at it. Doing great. He's busy right now.
Am I meant to do something else while this is happening?
That thing's been through the ringer. Suppose being an actor requires a certain attention to one's physique. No mistaking who this wagon belongs to.
Ah, one of your companions has decided to join us.
This is Harley Legere. She used to be a performer of sorts herself, you know.
You don't say. What sort?
I was a fighter. Not sure that really counts.
My dear, if an audience paid money to come see you, that counts as performing in my book. I'm Quentin Ellis, by the by. Delighted to make your acquaintance.
Likewise. Quentin Ellis is Othello, premiering October 7th. Hey, Jake?
Yeah, Harley?
What did you,
How did you
think
find the
of
show?
the show?
Well, there's definitely room for improvement.
You seem quite at home among these performers.
Sure, these are my kind of people. Old Quentin and I have been trading tales about life in showbiz. You ought to stick around and have a listen. You might learn something.
I'll just be on my way. Could I have a moment, Mr. Ellis?
Of course, my dear.
Just how long have you been a part of this troupe?
Why, since before its inception. That is to say, Kate and I have known each other since well before this incarnation of the troupe was formed. We met in Paris, you see, back in 27.
What did you do before joining the troupe?
I was classically trained at the York Theatrical Academy. I performed all over England before decamping for the continent. When I met Katie, I was touring Europe playing before the crowned heads. Why, my performance as Othello received a standing ovation from Archduke Hubert of Austria.
What drew you to the stage?
Ah, the eternal question. What drew you to the ring?
Money. Found out my tolerance for pain was higher than my tolerance for hunger.
I see, an empty belly is a demanding muse indeed. For me, it was love of the art. I was born with it.
Paris, you say? What was that like?
Ah, those were the days, wild and carefree. We found welcome from a public receptive to our more experimental forays. Nothing like the audiences you find here, mind. Dusty farmers and unlettered cowpokes, the lot of them.
I'd like to know about the others in your troupe.
Fishing for nasty gossip, are we? Unless you have a couple of glasses and a bottle or two of very good liquor stashed somewhere about your person, you won't be getting any of that from me. Truly, they are good people, and I cherish every one of them. We rely on one another. Granted, we have our occasional quarrels, but what family doesn't? It's true that none of them have my training and decades of stage experience, so naturally they look to me for guidance and mentorship.
Miss Hitomi said something about you being unhappy with your character?
Oh, don't get me started. The evil wizard is a stock villain, paper thin, a cipher. All I do is tromp on stage and glower at the audience. He wants to rule the kingdom and kidnaps the princess, all right, but why? What motivates him to do it? Drama comes from a rich depth of character, complexity, not caricature. I need something I can work with, something to sink my teeth into.
What if Jake and I came up with a better history for your character?
Do you think you could?
Sure. Harley's got the gift of writing, and I've been known to spin a yarn or two.
Very well. I must admit I'm curious to see what you come up with. Why does the wizard want to rule the kingdom?
Because he's evil. He believes it's his destiny. He doesn't, he wants to save it, or the king embarrassed him one time. So, revenge, moustache-twirlingly evil, white knight, or hero's call?
He has humble origins, but always felt he was meant for greater things.
Yeah, it's been his ambition since childhood, but he's never been given a fair shake.
Ah, yes. Destiny, ambition, greed, classic stuff. All right, but why does he kidnap the princess?
He's trying to protect her from the dragon. He's in love with her. He doesn't like her. No. He wants to hold her for ransom.
He's actually keeping her safe from the dragon.
Unexpected. I like it. And how does the dragon fit into all this?
The wizard is trying to tame the dragon and harness its powers for good. It's the wizard's pet, it's a weapon that the wizard uses. It's the wizard's mother.
The wizard
like
wants
the
to
top
tame
option.
the dragon and harness its power to serve the kingdom.
Ah, I see. So truly he's just misunderstood. It's all a bit conventional, isn't it? Just the usual tropes. Where's the depth? Perhaps you should give it a bit more thought.
Really?
Let's take another.
All right. Why?
Okay.
He is.
Yeah.
He believes it's
all
his
right.
destiny. Let's go with this is certainly not
He finds
conventional.
her shallow and annoying, and he wants her to suffer.
And how does the dragon fit into all this?
It's the wizard's
Dragon
mother.
is the wizard's mother, transformed by a spell he can't break.
Unless he feeds the princess to her.
Oh my, this certainly took a turn. You have some unusual ideas, but I'm not sure they all quite fit together. Perhaps you should give it...
Okay, let's be consistent.
Sure, and he's held a grudge this whole...
All right, but why...
He needs
Hold her
money,
for ransom
so
makes
he hopes
sense.
to get a ransom for her.
A wizard needing money? Couldn't he just magic some up?
Oh, he's a wizard, not an alchemist. I reckon he has to go to the bank like everybody else.
And how does the dragon fit into all this?
It's his
the
pet?
wizard's pet, or familiar or something.
Yes, I suppose that does make sense. You have some unusual... Perhaps you...
Yeah, I don't know what he wants, so...
Is it true you used to
Leave
have
that
a magic
alone.
act?
Why, yes, it is. Funny, I'd almost forgotten.
I don't wanna
Katie
just
and
brute
I
force all
briefly
of the
tried our
three
hand at
options.
stage magic. She was quite adept at sleight of hand, but in the end, it wasn't our true métier. Too much meticulous planning and bulky, specialized equipment. No room for spontaneity and delight. No emotional connection. No, it wasn't for us. Now Katie uses the old magic trunk to store costumes.
Appreciate the chat.
The pleasure was all mine, dear.
Are you gonna give us a hint about what
I've
he
got
actually
nothing to
wants? No. Frustratingly. I should check if there was actually anything else in here that we could interact with, though.
Mr. Ellis seems rather versatile. Lots of notes and sketches of different costumes and disguises. That is quite a lot of makeup.
Okay. How's the boxing training finished?
Keep at it. Doing great.
Maybe. Can
I'll
I talk
leave
to
her-
you now? No.
Nothing to say. Mrs. Dave?
What is...
Why weren't you on stage today? Is something wrong?
Something wrong. Something wrong. Exactly what aspect of my current condition would suggest to you that anything is right?
What's got you so upset?
I'm about to lose my place here, that's what. Turned out on the dusty road to fend for myself. I'm simply overcome with the sheer injustice of it all.
I mean, an actor that doesn't act should be fired.
You think you're being dismissed? Why's that?
Oh, it's a long, long story, but what it comes down to is finances, or lack thereof. Kate has been tightening the belt lately. She says our performances haven't been attracting the crowds they once did. But even so, we aren't doing that badly. All of us have taken quite deep cuts to our usual allowance. It still doesn't seem to be enough. Naturally, I, being the most recent addition to the troupe, am the first up to the chopping block. If you ask me, something doesn't add up. I know for a fact that our run in Bois de Quivo is quite respectable, and yet apparently our financial future is dangling over the precipice by a fraying thread. It's all more than a tad suspicious.
So you suspect Miss Hitomi is taking more than her share?
We've all suspected it for some time, but I'm the only one who's willing to speak up about it. Everyone else knows I'll be the first to go, so they keep their heads down and wait to reap my share.
You've accused Miss Hitomi?
Of course not. I haven't got any proof. But you can bet I would if I did.
If you were let go, what would you do?
Oh, God, please don't ask me such things. I can't bear to think about it.
It's a serious question. Everyone needs
An
a backup
unemployed actor, whoever would have imagined
I just
such a
don't know.
thing?
Oh, what will I do? Kate couldn't be so heartless. Will they really just let me go? Will no one speak up for me? God, help me!
There now. I'm sure there's a solution. How long have you been a member of this troupe?
Oh, not long at all. Less than a year. I was the last one to join.
What did you do before you were a Queen's Mid-Atlantic player?
I was with another outfit based up in Fawcett, the Davies Traveling Spectacular. 15 years we were together. Anton, my husband, was our director, and I was the star. When I got too old to play the princesses and heroines, Anton would cast me as the ravishing queen. He always made sure I had a spot on center stage. 16 months ago, he passed away in a stagecoach accident. An enormous tragedy.
I'm terribly sorry.
So were we all. Anton was the fiercely beating heart of that troupe. Absolutely irreplaceable. The others couldn't imagine going on without him. So everyone just went their separate ways. Just like that, everything was gone. My heart's love, my director, my troupe, my livelihood. I'm sorry.
So, how did you come to join Miss Hitomi's troupe?
Oh, the traveling theater world is quite small, you know. We all know one another and meet on the road from time to time. Kate heard what happened and wrote me a letter of condolence. We corresponded for a while. Eventually, she said she was passing by Fawcett and offered to take me in. Quite simply, she took pity on me.
What drew you to the stage?
I've known I wanted to act since I was a girl. I would put on shows for my parents and the village children. I traveled to Fawcett to audition for Anton Davies' Traveling Spectacular. He had just formed the troupe then. First, I became his star actress, and soon enough, his wife.
What can you tell me about the other players?
Oh, such sweethearts. They've taken me in like a second family. Martine, especially. She's the daughter I never had. Dwayne is a good boy, but he keeps to himself. And dear Quentin. He and I have something of a friendly rivalry. Although he can get quite competitive at times, the old ham.
I'll just leave you to it.
Can I steal this now? No. Still no.
Nothing to say, really. I'd best leave.
Nope. Okay. We talk to you yet?
Miss Holder?
Yeah?
Do you suspect that Miss Hitomi might be keeping money from you and your castmates?
What? I never. Mr. Tommy would not do such a thing. Who has told you this? Was it Mrs. Davies?
Well, yes.
I am not surprised. I think that of all of us, she is easily the most dramatic.
Goodbye, Miss Holder.
Lovely to be speaking with you.
Phil?
Harley?
Nope.
All right. Miss Hitomi?
Yes?
I had a chat with Mrs. Davies. She seems to think her position's in jeopardy.
What? Why would she think that?
Are you saying you're not planning on letting her go?
Of course not, especially not so close to opening night. What a ridiculous notion! Honestly, I don't know where Faye gets these ideas.
What's wrong with Quentin's character?
Not a thing! Everyone but...
No, we already heard that.
I love Quentin. He doesn't listen.
So long.
Take care.
And we already heard that Martina can't pronounce her sentences. She speaks too German. I don't know why we would suddenly know how to open the secret compartment here.
If my eyes just need to figure... No way. All sorts of
Oh, there are buttons
A
down
brass
here.
button. Mr. Ellis said this was Miss Hitomi's old magic trunk. Maybe these buttons aren't just for decoration. Damn. Seems I didn't...
How do I know which ones are correct?
A brass button. Damn. Seems I didn't press them in the right sequence. Damn. Seems I didn't press them in the right sequence.
Can we ask someone else about the trunk? It might have been that we didn't know to ask until we'd interacted with the buttons.
I spoke with Miss Hitomi, and she said she has no plans to let you go.
Well, of course she would say that. That's how it works in this business. All seems well and good until the monthly budget is drawn up, and then the trapdoor opens beneath you and you swing.
So you don't trust Miss Hitomi's word?
I don't trust anyone's word. Only ink on paper.
I'll just leave you to it.
The other room had ink on paper.
What a mess. Othello.
No, but not the ink on paper we want.
Miss Hitomi?
Yes?
So...
She doesn't have anything for us to follow up asking for, like, itemized accounts.
Keep at it.
Which leaves the only thing as brute forcing this.
Could I have a
unless
moment,
he can
Mr. Ellis?
Of course, my
tell us
dear.
the code for the secret thing.
I heard a rumor that Miss Hitomi might be misappropriating the troops' funds.
Poppycock, pure hearsay. I'll bet Faye put that poison in your mind. I have known Katie longer than anyone. She is many things, but never a thief.
Let's take another shot at coming up with a story for your wizard.
All right. Why does the
He's just plain evil.
All right, but why does he kidnap the princess?
He's smitten with her and wants to make her his bride.
Yes, that's usually the case.
Okay. 2.
Yeah. Oh, all right.
1.
And how do...
1.
You have some, perhaps... Or why?
2.
Yeah. Oh, all right.
2.
Yes, and how does...
1.
Ah, I see. It's all just perhaps you...
Let...
Or why?
2, 2, 2.
Yeah, all right. And...
It...
It's all just... Perhaps you should give it... A bit... All right. Why does the...
What do we iterate on next?
Yeah.
2.
Oh, all right.
2.
Yeah, and how...
3.
It's the wizard's main weapon.
It's all just perhaps...
Let...
2,
Why?
3, 4.
Yeah, all right.
He's...
Yeah, and how...
The dragon.
Unless... You have... Perhaps you...
Nope.
should give it a bit more thought.
Let...
Or why? Yeah, all right.
2.
Oh, and how...
2.
You have perhaps... Or why? Yeah,
2.
all right.
1.
Oh, and how...
3.
You have... Perhaps you should...
Nope.
Give it a bit... All right. Why?
2.
Yeah, all right.
1.
Oh, and how does...
4.
Dragon.
Unless... No. You have... Perhaps you should give it...
Nope. Okay.
Let's...
All of the 2, 3 iterations.
Yeah,
2.
all right.
3.
And how...
1.
Ah! Yes, the wizard is human, like any... He strives... This I can work with. Thank you.
2, 3, 1 is the correct combination. Why? Who knows?
Nothing of it. Appreciate
Honestly,
the chat.
don't care.
The pleasure was all mine, dear.
This segment is ending up like the boat captain, where there was an option at the start that said, oh, please let us just skip over this. And we selected it, and then the game says, no, you must go do it. Which is terrible fake choice. Let's go report our success on at least making him happy.
Miss Hitomi?
Yes?
So
Okay,
Take it.
we've supposedly fixed that. Good, we can't report on it though. Now it's
I'll
just
leave her
you. And I can't talk to her.
Mrs. Dave. I'd best leave her.
Can I give you this?
My dear, I have no...
Can I... No, nothing else would make sense to give you. Then unless we brute force the box as well...
Miss Hitomi.
Yes?
But the solution space for the box is a lot worse than the solution space for the dialogue tree. The dialogue tree was only 3 options with 4 each, whereas the box is like 8 options, and you have to pick 4 in a row. It is so much larger a computational space to explore.
What's the...
But
So...
take it.
Can I present you with this?
I make it my custom.
No. Can I present you with the news?
I am afraid I cannot read in English so well.
Can I present you with the news?
I don't want...
Can I present either of you with the news?
Thank.
No, thank.
He's busy.
That's a no.
Lots of notes. Mr. What a Othello, Carondelet, dissembling, Delphi. Wonder what that means. What a Othello, Carondelet, dissembling, Delphi. Wonder what that means.
They don't have letters on them. If they had letters on them, then OCCD could actually mean something.
A brass butt. A brass. Damn. Seems I didn't press them in the right sequence. All sorts of cost. What a mess. Othello, Carondelet, dissembling, Delphi. Wonder what that means.
So,
a poster for the Mystery at Delphi. Opened on November 6th.
Delphi equals 6.
A post. What a mess. Othello, Carondelet.
But this doesn't make sense to be the source of information for this aside from being in the same room. It should be the theatre man who used to do... It should be... It should be this guy, right? Once we've made him happy by changing his story, he should give us the information we want about the box, because he used to be the one that worked with the box. Right? He makes sense to be the person to give you the information about the box. Maybe Asian lady herself, but seeing as presumably we're maybe finding information about her fake finances in there, we wouldn't want to use her as a source. He's the only one that makes sense to use as that source.
Quentin Ellis is Othello.
Othello supposedly equals 7.
Premiering October 7th.
And I don't think we've encountered the dates for the other two, have we?
It's a poster for a musical show.
Okay, this did have a date. I'm wrong. Car on delay equals 2.
Called Carondelet. It opened on June 2nd.
And what was the last one? Delphi.
What a mess.
Now we have got
Most
Delphi.
of these. Othello, Carondelet.
Dissembling. Which is... Drunk lady's room.
A poster for some show I've never... Apparently it opened on New Year's Day.
Equals 1. So 6, 7, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4... Well, but which direction do you count from? Maybe we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 1.
Damn. Seems I didn't...
There's no reason to think that you'd have to count left to right rather than right to left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If it is this versus the other one, then it's just a poorly indicated...
Damn. Seems I didn't press them in the right
Good.
sequence.
Double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 1.
Damn. Seems I didn't press them in the right sequence.
Now it might need to be those ones, but in the order 1, 2, 6, 7. So...
A brass button.
Come on. 1, 2... 6, 7.
Damn.
And then the other way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Damn. Seems I didn't press them in the right sequence.
Then it might be caring about the month that they're in, not just the day of the week. So the first one was New Year's, which therefore is January, the dissembling one. I don't remember the month for the other two. We'll go look at the months.
A poster for the mystery at Delphi.
Delphi is 6th of November.
Open. It's a poster for a...
Mondeley is June.
Musical.
And when is Othello?
Quentin
Segment
Ellis
has
is
been terrible.
Othello, premiering October 7th.
This and the sailor section, I really dislike that they have dialogue things at the start that's like, I don't want to do this, I want to skip over this, and you say that dialogue option and they just say, no, you must do this. Fake choice.
Quentin Ellis is...
October. You expect it from a JRPG.
Othello, premiere...
Not from a Western RPG. Let's try the months. Like, why even give you the dialogue option if it isn't a real choice? It's just frustrating. Now. So... if we're saying it's the month... double check that I've written these down in the right order.
What a... Othello, Carondelet, December...
Othello... then Carondelet... then Dissembling... then Delphi.
Assembling, Delphi.
So,
Wonder what that...
in terms of months... this probably doesn't even make sense in terms of the number of buttons. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. Yeah, there is no October. There is no button for it to be October, so it cannot be the month. But then maybe that's the information on the order that it has to be. But I'm pretty sure we tried that. 7, 2, 1, 6.
Well, I'll be.
Yeah, no reason to think it's that rather than counting right to left, left to right. It's so bad.
Quite a bit of
so
cash
bad,
in
bad,
here.
bad, bad,
So
bad.
Miss Hitomi is skimming off the profits? Perhaps that book might shed some light on things. Seems to be some kind of diary or ledger. I'd better take a look at this.
And if she is skimming, like this pile of money suggests, as I said, it doesn't make sense to ask Asian lady about it, but it still would make sense to ask... Super Actor Man, because he used to use the box. He should know the code for the box. Grumble, 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 grumble. Anyway, let's actually read the new ledger.
Huh. It seems Miss Hitomi's keeping the extra money to invest in the show. She calls it a rainy day fund, and she has a separate space for emergency salary reserve. So Mrs. Davies was wrong. I ought to show her this. Maybe it'll calm her down.
At least this makes sense story-wise.
I'd best leave her.
No, I have to rub it against you. Fair enough.
I found this ledger in Miss Hitomi's trunk, along with some cash.
So I was right. This is exactly the proof I was looking for.
It's not quite what you think. Look at the entries.
Rainy Day Fund. Emergency Salary Reserve. Why, she isn't keeping this for herself.
She's setting it aside to help you all.
Oh dear, how embarrassing. What a fool I've been.
We all make mistakes. So now that you know your position is safe, will you get on stage and perform?
Yes,
Of course.
Please say no
Thank
so that
you
she's
for clearing
justified
up
in
this
firing you.
misunderstanding.
And we can be rid of you.
I really do appreciate it.
Like, oh no, I'm afraid I'm going to be fired when I refuse to do my work. It's so terribly surprising and I'm so put upon. God.
I make it my...
Miss Hitomi?
Yes?
No, we haven't fixed Martina. This doesn't make sense that this is thing because we haven't...
So long.
Take care.
We have neither fixed that boxing boy supposedly loves Brunhilde, nor have we fixed that
I'll leave
Brunhilde
her be
speaks
for now.
German. But we can't talk to her, so it looks like the only thing we have to do is this.
Miss Hitomi?
Yes?
I think you can...
Really?
Positive.
Well, whatever. It's the only new dialogue option we've seen, so...
Once upon a time, in a faraway land, there lived a beautiful and charming princess.
Oh, I love my land. The people are kind, the water fresh, and the days are sunny and bright.
The princess was loved and admired by everyone in the land, except one. An evil wizard coveted the kingdom and kidnapped the princess, intending to marry her and gain the throne.
Hark! You may think me evil, but wait until you discover my true intentions.
To ensure she could not escape, he summoned a terrifying dragon to guard her.
Right, and just because we've talked to him about his character's backstory doesn't mean that, you know, the rest of the cast, the person running the show, has
However,
agreed to this.
All was not lost.
So... Oh, really...
For a young hero rose
bad.
to the challenge.
I shall battle the dragon and save the princess.
How do they
That
justify
is,
the boxing?
if my dear mother lets me.
My dearest boy, proud as I am of your bravery, I worry so for your safety.
Fear not, mother, for I shall return victorious from battle.
I will be safe because I'm not using live steel. I'm using boxing
and so
gloves.
the brave lad rode to the castle and confronted the mighty dragon.
Foul beast! Your end is nigh!
When did they get a different dragon? And what happened to the fight? Oh yeah, we never got
With the dragon defeated, our brave hero rescued the princess and
for the
vanquished
fireworks.
the wizard.
That's true. I forgot about that, and that one is my fault.
Curses! My plans have been foiled.
Oh, my brave son has returned.
Ah, your highness, I am smitten by your beauty. Will you marry me?
Yeah, gladly will I marry you.
And they lived happily ever after.
I was too busy being grumpy old man about the stupidity to remember to go get the bottle of brandy and bring it to use to make the fire
at
breathing.
least we made it through to the end that time. Thanks for trying to help with the fixes. You've pointed us in the right direction.
Glad to be of service.
I'm curious to know how it all turns out.
I
Send
really
me a
am
note
not.
at the
I
Rosewater
hope I
Post
never hear
after
from
you
any of
premiere.
you ever again.
Gladly.
We should be on our way. Miss Johnson has surely awoken from her nap by now.
True enough. Break a leg next week, Miss Hitomi.
Thank you. Safe travels.
Good bloody riddance.
We did what we could for Miss Hitomi and her folk. In the end, they formed a strange kind of family, and they seemed determined to keep on going. We've kept on going too. The oppressive, arid heat is beginning to give way to fresh breezes and forested slopes as we leave the desert scrub behind and cross into the mountains. Onward and upward.
You know what? Nope. That segment has left such a foul taste in my mouth that I'm going to go cure that with pizza. For it is pizza night here. I can hear the neighbours have just stopped by. They bring homemade wood fire oven cooked pizza, and that will rid the terrible distaste of having to deal with the theatre troupe from my mouth. Because good God, that was even worse than the sailor section. So, peace for now. Those of you here live, who can we throw you along to? Pisces is streaming again. Happily throw you along to Pisces. He's finished his own dinner, having had an even earlier, more old man dinner than me. Pisces is playing Icarus. Enjoy. We will be continuing this tomorrow, because for all that there are bad bits, there are good bits, and the good bits are good enough that the bad bits are just frustrating and annoying, that why couldn't the rest of the game be as good as the good bits, rather than the whole game is terrible and makes me want to pitch it. So, more of this tomorrow. For now, peace.